We're off. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Budget Workshop Day 3, January the 18th. I'd just like to open the meeting by saying we are pleased to be here today on the traditional Treaty of Territory 6. We acknowledge all those who share a deep connection with this land. The City of Beaumont respects the histories, languages, and cultures of all of Canada's First Peoples, whether they be of First Nation, Métis, or Inuit descent, and appreciates that their presence continues to enrich Canada's vibrant communities and the peace trees that bind us all. So I appreciate everybody coming in on a Saturday. It's hopefully the last day of the cold snap, so looking forward to some warmer weather next week. Today we'll be starting off on page 50, which is the proposed capital budget adjustments. But before we do that, I know we had a bit of a marathon last night. Does anybody have any questions about what went on last night before we continue to move forward? No. Okay, I did notice, for those members of the public who are watching, we did have a brief in-camera session, and we did come out of in-camera. We did have one motion after that, but since it took a grand total of 2 minutes, we didn't turn the cameras back on. We did vote to approve a feasibility study for an arts center as our last motion to sort of wrap up our operating expenses, so I just wanted to make sure that was on the public record and everybody was aware of what happened. So starting on page 50, capital budget. And so we have, once again, like our operational, we have some funded, some unfunded, some utility. And we'll start by asking the question, are there any projects on this list or any projects that need to be put on this list that didn't make the list that council would like to consider today? You're nodding your head. You got one? Councillor Danlick.
Oh, go ahead. You're ready to go. Okay. Thank you. I understand we do have the, where's it here? Sorry. The football field study was approximately $75,000. And I'm actually looking at a capital project, set money aside for the actual field itself as a capital project.
We can, tell you what, we will. Yeah, anything to do with that, we'll just deal with that line item. So if we want to expand that project,
okay.
Then rather than try to deal with a separate line item.
Okay, I'm fine with that. And the second thing, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, is a ball down for the colonial property that is east of the colonial school that is currently under reserve by the school board. That is going to be released back to us, I think. So I'd like to put that as a capital budget concern item for discussion later on this morning, please.
Sure. So noted. Councillor Hendricks.
Your Worship, not so much an issue to be added, but more a request for clarification from our administration, just regarding my own personal potential pecuniary interest regarding 50th Avenue Streetscape construction. Do I have to declare at this point? And if there's a conversation, or do I have to leave the room? Can I stay in the room? And however, avoid the conversation regarding 50th Avenue streetscape construction.
CEO?
Yeah, that's a good question. You have been excusing yourself through most of those discussions. I'm going to think this is probably no different than the rest of them, Councillor Hendricks, so you might want to be safe than sorry.
Okay, so do I have to declare at this point and leave the capital project list, or
I don't think so.
I can be part of this discussion unless this
if I defer to the chair, if we're going to walk
Yeah,
through these.
I would say you have to excuse yourself on the one item.
Okay. Okay, so I'll leave it at that. So if you happen to get into that conversation, then I'll declare and start.
Yeah, at that time, just let us know. Appreciate it. Councillor Montgomery.
Yeah, I'd like to have a discussion. Last budget, we approved, I think the number was 35,000 for the playground in Colonial there. And I'd like to have a discussion about adding some additional funds to that. It's a very well-used playground, but there is more space there, and I'll get into it more later on, but I'd like to consider adding some additional funds for that.
Okay. Any further items from members of council? I do have one project that I would like to add to the list, and that's to do something with our 80 acres, perhaps to grass it and put a parking lot in and be able to actually use it for some more recreational activities, maybe put the dog park out there. So I would like to add that to council's discussion list today. Councillor Van Newkirk?
Yeah, just looking to, for administration for clarity, we had the basketball court on top of the reservoir that was due to come off and be replaced. I'm just wondering if there are funds set aside to replace that ball diamond as it was somewhere. I know that there's another conversation about a fresh apparatus coming forward, boards and stuff like that, but I just wanted to see if there was plans to replace that, the one that was tilled up there. Thank you.
CEO? Yeah, please. That's a quick question.
Yeah, we still have funds from the, approved funds from the previous project to reinstate that basketball court if you require. If you remember, we were looking at moving it just adjacent to the reservoir.
Yeah.
So it will be completed within the existing budget.
Yeah, that was my understanding, is it was moving directly to the south
Correct.
and staying on the same property.
That was my understanding too. I just wanted to double check that we didn't need to add it to the front of those conversations.
Fair enough. Good question. Good question. All right, so seeing none, I guess we will start off at the top with the renewal projects that are funded, that are currently funded within the budget. Does anybody have any discussion points on any of those items? Councillor Montgomery.
I don't have any concerns with the roof repair. Can we just, does anyone have any issues with that roof past that?
Well, I'm trying not to do this line by line if I can. If nobody has any questions, only bring it up if you have a question about it.
I realize that, but I don't want to go down to here and then us come back up here. Like, if we're taking, I know what you're not trying to do. I don't think we need to have a discussion on it. If people don't have a concern with the roof repair, then we can move on. But I need to know if we're moving $1 million out of reserves or not. Hearing no concerns, okay. No,
Sir, I don't understand the question you're asking.
does anyone have an issue with the $1 million for the roof repair?
Councillor Hendricks?
Just for process perhaps, would we just follow page by page to say 51, yes, 52, yes, no? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, good. I guess we can. Trying to be a little more efficient, but okay. We'll go back page by page. Ken Nickel Recreation Roof Repair.
Yeah, that question, I guess the question I would have is that regular number subdivisions, when the order at a reasonable number, was that not I'm assuming some type of cost comparison or cost change of quotes on the roof repair. If it costs $500 million, that's great, but is it going to cost the right number to set aside as far as capital is concerned? As best you can estimate or where the number keeps from.
Yeah, I believe as best as we can estimate, that's fairly close. In 2019, they did have a full inspection of the roof. And I'm imagining out of that inspection, there would have been some dollar figures provided as to what it would cost to repair the roof from that.
If I may, quick follow-up.
Sure.
This is more of a general question, not a criticism, but I don't want to come across as a criticism. So how the manager of that department who would oversee this actual $1 million expenditure, how aggressive are they in terms of making sure that the quote is accurate and that if they can do it cheaper, that'd be great. I mean, how much oversync do we see? Do we to make sure that they're not spending more than we have to spend? If we can spend $750 instead of $1 million, that's great. We're allocating $1 million, but how aggressive are we in keeping the quotes accurate and the work being done on time, fashion, and within budget? Hopefully less than budget. You know what I'm getting at? It's like my own household. I'm in charge of all the money, and I make sure that the quotes are accurate. And you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Thank you. CEO?
Yes, thank you very much, through your worship, Councillor Daniluk. At this stage, we call it, a conceptual budget. We estimate that it's going to be based on the inspections and based on the recommendations we get from the engineers and the roofing experts, that it's $1 million. But you're absolutely correct. Once we get final design and send it out for bids, it may or may not come in at $1 million. It may come in at $870, and if it is, great, and the rest of the stuff stays in the reserve. So the most accurate number we can get at this point in time.
Follow up? If I may, so I didn't express myself properly. So with the rec facility, we have a guaranteed build price. Do we have any kind of the same quoting procedure with a project like this?
Once we advance to the design and construction, then yes, we will.
Thank you.
Then we'll have a number.
Councillor Hendricks?
Your worship, two parts to this. One is that when we say it's the KNRRC, I'm assuming that's just what we used to call BRAC 1. BRAC 2 would be part of this conversation. Is that correct?
CEO?
I'm not entirely certain the scope because we didn't include it in the capital project, so I'd have to get back to you.
Right. So sorry, just on BRAC 2, of course, it was the year of construction was year 2000. So I'm assuming that that roof's still got to be okay. So this has got to be strictly, the old 1975 version of the KNRCC. Mm-hmm. And also part of that was there was a study done on the whole building envelope, including the roofing piece. And if the roof hasn't been replaced since 1975, I'm suggesting then perhaps that it's time. However, the other part of that report had the building envelope review of the existing KNRCC. And it's a split face block with a zonalite type insulation package. And the concern there was that the exterior of the envelope hadn't been waterproofed in some time, so they were going to use a elastomeric product and spray the entire facility to ensure that water penetration wasn't happening because of the R value that was getting affected by the fact that the water was finding its way into the zonalite package, turning everything into oatmeal inside. But I've never seen the elastomeric package being installed. So is there a plan for that at some point in terms of schedule and dollars attached to that?
Again, I'd have to get back to you. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah. Okay. So for me, that's also a very important piece of that building envelope, given that that building is 1975. Mm-hmm. We want it to last. We don't want to replace it.
We need it to last another 50 years. So. Councillor Dowell?
Thank you. If I may ask the question, it is coming from reserves. If I'm looking at page 71 that outlines all of our capital reserves, which reserve would that $1 million be coming from? Is it coming from the 2.268, which is the overall asset replacement reserve, or is it coming from somewhere else that I'm not seeing on that reserve page? Does it come out of one lump sum out of one reserve, or does it come out of several reserves on that list to make up the $1 million?
High level, big picture.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I think it would come from the asset replacement reserve itself. Mm-hmm. Again, there's a bigger body of work that's going to be coming to council around the reserves.
Right.
Kind of right-sizing the reserves, doing some consolidation of what you see on this page into some more broader reserve categories, I would say. Mm-hmm. So I think something like this can make the argument that asset replacement would be one logical place, given the dollars and funding available. Infrastructure might be the other one that we'd look at if there aren't enough or sufficient dollars within that asset replacement.
Okay, so theoretically, it could come from capital or asset replacement and or infrastructure. So out of the 2.2, out of the 3.4, that's what will make about $1 million. Thank you.
Councillor Hendricks?
First, just one more item on the entire facility. At one point, there was going to be a balancing review of the HVAC system in the building. The building got an upgrade with using an automated building attendant system for all of its rooftop equipment and some of the other major pieces, compressors and others. Part of that was to have a full balancing report completed, and because the building over time has had so many parts, bits, and pieces. We've moved some staff in there now. Community events group is in there. There's walls, there's doors, where there wasn't walls and doors before, but still same HVAC package. And you can tell that there's some significant heating in some rooms and cooling in others. And I was a big proponent at that time to get the building properly balanced, simply because it has a utility impact, a bottom line impact. You get your money back and then some if it's done properly. So I'd really ask for a balancing review of the facility. It's not a huge dollar amount, but it would make a big difference to the creature comfort in the building. So,
Okay.
I'll ask where that is at, and if it's required, then maybe we need to add it. I hope I'll have an answer shortly.
All right. So any further questions or discussions on the Ken-Nico regional the roof repair? All in favor? Carries. 2020 Neighborhood Renewal Program. Councilor Councilman.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, this is a continuous program that I've seen every year, and I assume that the plan is to keep it going every year. I think I understand the philosophy around the importance of maintaining and all that sort of thing, and if we don't keep up with it, we'll end up spending tenfold later down the road. I totally understand all that. I personally struggle with this number here. Again, the priorities that I think we should be focusing on with regards to the arts and recreation. I think this is an opportunity for us to for 1 year, drop this down quite a bit here and use some of those available dollars from the MSI grants into youth recreation. So I guess the question would be, you've got a number here of 1.67. You've got kind of, I see here, it's kind of hard to understand, but I see here kind of two, you've got 43rd Ave and 44th Street. Those would be the two kind of projects that you're looking at. If we did one of them, does that, I assume it's not as simple as just cutting it in half to 800,000. Is there some information you can share with in terms of scale of what would be, if we were looking to reduce this, is there a target that you could see would be achievable? I don't want to throw out a number of, say, like $500,000 for the program, and that's not going to even get you one of these things, right? So just curious if you had that breakdown. While they're looking, oh, you got it, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to the members of council and to Councillor Monkoff-Swain. The program originally, when we looked at it, we actually had a number of items within that. It was at 2.7 million. We reduced that, knowing that we needed to be more fiscally responsible, but we also needed to make sure that we're still maintaining our program. So yesterday when I spoke about the road condition assessments that we did back in 2007, so this is still working on roadways from that assessment. So we're trying to, I guess, catch up with that program. But we did actually, reduce it, half the roads, not half the cost, but half the road that we were planning on doing in 2020. But we have them broken up into segments. We always go intersection by intersection, so that is not an issue to reduce it. At that, I do have estimates from our engineering consultant on each segment of the roadway. So we can basically cut it as council wishes, for sure.
And I certainly don't want to get up here and debate. I think you should do 43rd Ave versus 44th Street or anything like that. I just think we should have discussion. Again, yes, maintaining a road is a priority, but also recreation is a priority. I think this is an opportunity in this budget for us to build some stuff and to catch up with the recreation deficit that we have in our community. I think we can forego a year of this program and not significantly hurt ourselves down the road. I can't. I think these are some of the opportunities that we can use to catch up for some of those recreations arts facilities. So, I'd be interested in a conversation and just foregoing this program for 1 year. I'd be interested in a conversation if people aren't willing to go that far. If we, what people would be interested in. But I think we know recreation is the number one need that people keep reaching out to us. Obviously, they're not go out there and look at roads, and I understand that. But this is our chance to do something with the recreation. So I'd like to consider either foregoing this program for a year or significantly reducing the number. So I'll leave it there and be interested in other people's thoughts.
Councillor Danlock.
Thank you. Just a quick question, if I may. So I know it's showing to be funded from grants. Am I assuming it to be the MSI grant is the primary source of revenue for this grant that we're talking about?
Potentially. I mean, the MSI and the federal gas tax, very similar programs. Not a lot of difference between the two, so it could be one or the other, quite frankly. But MSI is probably where we would look to first.
Okay, so... Oh, sorry, I must have missed that page, pardon me.
Is there just explain where you're proposing to put that? Because you've got to keep flipping back to page 67, which is my favorite page in the book, by the way. But yeah, somewhere on that one pager, if you could just identify how we're planning on paying for this.
Yeah, I apologize to council. I did read this page 67, and I had a brain fart there thinking where it was going to be coming from. So sorry, it is MSI allocation. So I also agree with Huckop Swain's comments. I have my coffee with the councillor sessions monthly. I mean, people come and talk to me about various things, and I've had no complaints whatsoever about our road conditions in Beaumont. I actually tell people sometimes, people say taxes are high in Beaumont. I say, well, last time you hit a pothole in Beaumont. When was the last time you actually hit a pothole compared to Edmonton? Nobody has. So I do think our roads have been maintained quite exceptionally, and I know in terms of fiscal responsibility, I would look at reducing this program, suggesting delaying it for 1 year. I would go that far if council had the appetite, or just reducing it by somewhat, and using that MSI money elsewhere, like recreational and arts. So I'm in favor of this discussion going forward in terms of changing this program. I don't think it would hurt us to take a year off. Even the tree planting, we talked about the last budget or so. I know it's buried here somewhere, but that may save us some money as well too. That could be used for something else. Just an idea of this responsibility. So let's discuss this road thing first, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, more than happy to have that discussion. I'm not quite sure I'm taking all the money away and totally delaying it. Got to keep some momentum going. But if we want to have discussions around reducing it, I think that's a wise discussion. Councilor Barnett?
Thank you, Your Worship. Most of my questions were answered on this one, but at the same time, I'm really a proponent of maintaining the program. I know that myself, I use the sidewalks for recreational purposes, and I think it's been a while that I've noticed a couple that really do need to be repaired. So the problem is, if we put this off, then some of those that are in the older communities are pushed down the road, and the ones I'm talking about are in the colonial area, which I know is not a high priority here, but it's taken a long time. I've been on council now 6 years, and it's been that same sidewalk's not repaired yet. Because I know there's a long list of sidewalks waiting. So I think postponing it is not necessarily where I would go at this point. I don't know what these numbers entail and whether they can be reduced, so I'd leave that to the administration to tell us if that's possible. I'm not opposed to that, but I think every delay we make reduces, and I know Councillor Stout has support there as well from the trail connectivity, but I don't want to see it postponed any further if we can avoid that.
Councillor Stout?
Thank you. Yes, my apologies as well for showing up late. I'm keeping you all waiting. Glad that I didn't, in fact, keep you waiting. So, yeah, quick question. The section there, address missing links in sidewalks and bike system at further sustainable transportation strategy plans. Does that include the work we voted on to connect the
missing parts of the trail system, or would that be somewhere else?
Councillor Stout, the neighborhood renewal program in itself does address, excuse me, the missing links in sidewalks and trails. This particular program that we're putting in for 2020, there is no trail construction within this program this year.
Okay, understood. So then there is a recreational component to doing this. I mean, we've talked about spending this and directing the money towards arts and recreation, but even without building new trails, you're repairing and maintaining the existing ones. Yes, that's correct. So there is a recreational impact to suspending this, and yeah, I'm not inclined to suspend it altogether. I think we can have a conversation about right-sizing it, as Mr. Dowler has, if I can use your term, and yeah, whether that's the right number or whether we can get to a smaller number. I'm willing to entertain that conversation.
Okay, so I'm starting to see some support for right sizing. So there's two projects. Do you have the numbers on what those projects might be? Because I'm going to be looking for somebody to throw a number here shortly. So, Councillor Van Newkirk, while they're waiting.
Yeah, but I was just going to make maybe a process suggestion that we pause this one for a second, because it seems like there's conversation all the way from pause for a year through to breaking it into pieces, and it might be prudent to see what the rest of the conversation brings, because that might lead us toward a decision later about what we might need for capital funds. I fear that if we throw a number out now and agree on that we may revisit this later, because it is a big item that I've heard some appetite for pausing the whole thing, which would free up the 1.76 million. So I understand we might want to pick a number and move on, but we might want to pause this, move on, and come back later, because it was a spot that we could carve into pieces. So, and then just for clarity from administration, I believe this is the road that loops around Bow Meadow School. Is that correct? Yeah, just for fellow councillors, just to figure out where we're at in the municipality. So, bottom of the hill from the church, east around to Bow Meadow School, and then you turn right and go to Martin's house. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see where this is coming in overall context. I'm getting a bit of a number out there now will give me a bit of a framework to work with as we go through further down. And I'm not afraid to come back up if we want to put money back into it or to revisit discussions in an overall scope of a project thing. So that's fair. Councillor Hendricks? Sorry, Councillor McGowan, followed by Councillor Hendricks.
Yeah, thanks. Let me try and get Martin here on board. Can you explain what trails you're planning on fixing for this with this money? I mean, I see the two streets here, but within the trail network, like how much would be allocated towards trails?
There's no trail rehabilitation or construction within this project this year. The neighborhood renewal program in itself addresses those, but in 2020, there isn't. There's full sidewalk replacement in front of Bow Meadow School and the after-school care, as well as on the south side of the avenues as well. So it's full sidewalk replacements and full road replacements, but there's actually no trails in 2020.
Thank you. That's fine. That's what I was hoping for you to clarify. So basically, we're looking at this small section of our community, right, and obviously important lines and stuff. Let me take one more shot at zero here. I think where we've got to with recreation in our community is because we keep incrementally going things where we never actually take a stop and say this is a budget where we're going to do a mass build. And I think the community, we've seen it in our places, parks and play, or however that is. The community's dying out for this. This is a chance to delay this program for a year and invest that money in whether we're talking, out of you're talking 50 acres, the 80 acres and what we're going to do with that. Daniluk's talking about ball diamonds. We've got some outdoor rinks, all that sort of stuff. By doing this, by pushing it 1 year, I think this is the intervention, I guess, that we're going to need. At some point, you need in a budget where you just say, okay, we're all in on recreation. We're going to push some of these projects. Like they're all important, right? We always want to update our roads and our trails, but to council staff, nothing outside of just this little section here, right? For 1.67 million. That's a lot of coin that could be going towards arts, recreational, that sort of stuff. So I think we should look at zeroing this out and really just make sure that this is a recreational build budget that we can be proud of here in Beaumont. And then we can look to pick this program up when we get new MSI gas tax next year.
Have we found those two numbers yet? Oh, well, there's two projects here, 43rd Ave, 44th Street to 50th Street, and then there's, I'm assuming it's a second project, 44th Street to 44th Ave to 46th Ave. So,
It's the same.
yeah, so, well, I'm looking for some chunks. Like, how can I chunk this up so it's logical? Because I'm not at zero. So.
Your worship, so we have it broken down into road segments, so there's no map to show you, but from 50th Street to 48th Street along 43rd Avenue, we're looking at about $611,000 for that portion. Between 48th Street and 45th Street along 43rd Avenue is about $513,000. And then 44th Street, as it turns into 44th Street to 44th Avenue, is about $370,000, approximately.
Thank you, appreciate that. Councilor Hendricks, comments?
Okay, Your Worship, just with the current discussion here, and I just want to go to our admin for a minute. If they could take me through this. So these projects are shovel ready. So they'll be cash flowed based on the MSI package that's here. And what we're hearing in the other conversations are not shovel ready. I'm not knocking the idea, but I'm trying to figure out the cash flow and timing. Could you walk me through that? Like, if we say no to this and we're not ready to go with that, do we end up with nothing ultimately by way of cash flow?
By way of cash flow, yeah. Essentially, what I'm sensing is if we delayed this project, we would not spend $1.67 million in 2020, which then frees up those grant dollars to be spent in 2020 or in future years. So from a cash flow perspective, if this was canceled for this year and council decided to move ahead with a football field or a performing arts facility, which wouldn't be at the construction stage in 2020, you would see a shift in the cash flows.
Right.
We don't lose the money with the grants. You have basically 6 years to spend the money. So you can essentially stockpile the grants until you're incurring those expenditures for future buildings.
Right. So where I'm going is why would we not have the shovel ready completed with no knock to what's being asked, and then move into that once it's shovel ready? I'm not saying no to being shovel ready, but let's get that done. Let's get those budgeted. Let's get that ready to go, and let's get that costed, and then let's get that agreed to and paid, instead of just saying no to this, which is shovel ready, and we won't see any of this other work done this year either. So we won't get, given that we're in January, we are not going to see any of these other things done until the next year. So why would we not just wait till we work on getting everything shovel ready, get the actual math nailed down, get this thing right to council. Let's approve it. Let's get it done, but let's not get after this program as a result. Like, I don't see how the two tie to each other.
To be the reason why you do this is because this is what we've always done in the past, where we keep improving these little 1.6 million. We keep improving this along the way, and we never get a chance to have a step change and improve our recreation, right? And so, yeah, we might not be able to build something in 2020, but it allows us, if in 2021, right, then we've got all this room that we can then go bang, 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 and build the things that our community desperately needs. If we take out the 1.67, and we'll talk about streetscape in a second, but if we keep adding to that, it limits our ability to do the major change that Beaumont needs for recreation. And so just by chipping away at these sort of things, it just takes away our opportunity. And you look at the case from Morinville, for example, when they built their facility without having to borrow anything, right? It's because they didn't do any of this sort of stuff for a little while, and they just saved all their MSI, they saved all their gas tax, and they put incrementally stuff away, and then they were able to do these step changes. And I think we're at the point of Beaumont where we've finally got the document. Everyone knew that we needed recreation, but now we've gone out and spent 18 months collecting feedback. The community is crying out for recreation. We've got a chance to do a significant step change to increase that, and by doing these small these projects along the way takes away from that. I just think we just need to claw everything back for 1 or maybe 2 years and just significantly invest in recreation and build up that capacity and space. We'll spend 2020 getting everything ready, figuring out what our plan is, and then we can implement it in 2021. So I guess my last pitch here is to zero this out, give us the room so when we want to build what we want to build, then we can go ahead, and I think the community would significantly appreciate a step change in our recreation. So that was my last ditch effort to get to a zero. Thank you.
Councillor Stout.
Thank you, Richard. Let's take another swing at this. I hear all your arguments, and to me this comes down to then, are we doing this, again, we're still right-sizing this number and even including a zero. I mean, the question is, are we doing this at the right rate? Do we need to do it faster or slower, or take a pause for a year? And you slightly worried me there when you say, or two, because then I see the whole program disappearing if we pause it and then don't restart it. All right, if I understood you correctly, Ms. Lewin, you said the sidewalk around what's generally referred to as the ring road in front of Beaumont School. That's correct?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Stout. So the sidewalk replacement would go from 50th Street all the way around on the north and south sides of the avenue, all the way up to 46th Avenue. So there is a trail right in front of the playground at Beaumont, so that would be replaced because it's not a sidewalk, it's a trail. And then the rest of it is, so there's concrete sidewalks and there's asphalt trails, but it's still one connection on the north and the south side.
Okay, so I understand what you're describing. Because there was a time when all three of my kids went to that school where there was no trail there, and it took some time to get it. What's the lifetime of a sidewalk? How long, or a trail? How long does it take before we have to replace them?
It's very dependent on ground conditions. It's dependent on a number of things, but typically concrete sidewalks last anywhere from 25 to 60 years, depending on the aggregate used and those kinds of things, depending on the contractor that installed it. Asphalt trails, asphalt typically lasts about 15 years before you have to do some sort of renewal, whether it's crack sealing or things like that. But again, depending on the base under it and everything else, so it is very dependent on conditions.
I understand there's a lot of variability, but we must, in order to be able to have a program like this, we must have some kind of average that we work on, because otherwise we're either replacing some before they need it or not replacing others until after they do. There must be a rough number, but which I think is what you just indicated.
Yes, there's a number that we use we have graphs that we use that we typically have, for a road, for instance, we say that a life of a road should be approximately 60 to 75 years. We do some renewal in between and it extends the life of that asset. With the trails and the sidewalks and everything we do with the neighborhood renewal program, we do those condition assessments prior to. We don't just be like, okay, well, this is 40 years old and we're ripping it out. If they're still in good condition, we're not going to. We're only looking based on actual physical condition of those assets.
So, okay, thank you. So then, in this particular case, does the condition of those assets, will they stand another year if we pause this, hypothetically? Or do we really need to replace them right now?
They will definitely last one more year. It was just a matter of looking from when we started back in 2006, when we did the road condition assessments before, that this was part of the plan based on the pavement condition at the time. Absolutely, it can still last. We can still do minor repairs if we need to. We still do crack sealing every year. We still do pothole repairs as they come up. So we can prolong the life of the asset. But as Councillor Hendricks indicated yesterday, once the base fails, then we're completely gutting and ripping everything out and starting over again. So this is something we want to avoid.
But the base is not going to fail in the next year, or is it?
No, it won't fail in the next year, no.
So the consequences of pausing this for a year wouldn't be... The consequences of the pausing this for a year would just be we'd be a year behind where we had originally planned to be. Yes, I understand that. But that's why I asked the question.
There's a greater follow-on effect, though. So we delayed. This project was scheduled for this year. I'm assuming there's future projects coming. So we haven't just delayed this project. We're delaying future projects. So we're knocking the whole thing back. So you got to think in a bit of a grander scope than just delaying this project just for a year. Councillor Danlick.
Thank you. Two questions, if you don't mind. I'm not sure, Councillor Hendricks, I'm following exactly what you were suggesting. Could you maybe dumb it down for me, if you don't mind, what you were thinking of going with that? If you don't mind, I'm not being sarcastic. I know what you're saying. I didn't exactly understand exactly what you were getting at. Please, if you could. Yes.
I guess.
Or
I would make
Google.
that
Just pull up Google Maps.
the cash flow package in time tells me that we have a shovel-ready program. This, we don't have a shovel-ready program, but then we have access to. That's not to say that we can't get money and numbers work. And when would we in fact figure out these other assets? So I'm not going to say no to this one today. By the time we're ready to build several of these projects that we discussed here now, we'll also be saying no to the next program. That's probably 2 years of push that we're going to get to this cash flow program. And I think that I don't see how the two tie. I agree that we need to do these recreational items all day long. They're a huge category of recreational issues, but they get funded. But I don't see how they get tied to this. If they don't get funded, I want to know why they don't. If I'm hearing that from this side of the desk, that it's not going to get funded, I want to know why. Is there something that I'm not aware of? Something that I hear from documents that I don't have. What's the normal process is, you want to build a whole fragment, get a location, get the package, shovel ready, get the map, let's go. But I'm being told that somehow it's connected to paving roads. I don't know why, but maybe it is. Set aside, how you use it, how are the two connected? Or is everything else in this budget also connected to getting the recreational piece done? And we should be shutting everything down to ensure that we get the recreational piece done. I don't see that because it's a cash flow issue. So we shut everything else down this year. We still don't build anything this year, which means we won't be doing anything until the next cash flow year, right? So what have we accomplished? I don't know. Maybe I'm hearing Mortonville and how they've saved their money. Their situation's a little different. especially with their main road being a highway, and mainly that the fact the province owns it and runs it and cleans it and maintains it. It's a completely different arrangement, and how they run that community is completely different than how we run ours. So my question to the min is, like, if you were now brought a ball diamond today, would you be giving us advice that we should not be doing the overlay program this year? That we should shut that program down, and over the next really 2 years, 2 seasons, so that we can ensure the ball diamond gets built?
Not necessarily, but I guess so. A few thoughts running through my head. One, I mean, there's choices to be made. There's only a finite amount of money and dollars that we have to spend in any given year. And there's plenty more desires and needs within the community than those dollars are able to fund in any given year. I think the unfortunate part about this conversation is the renewal program has been funded by MSI within what's been proposed. I think it might be a very different conversation if that $1.6 million was coming from a reserve. I don't think we would be, the conversation I think would be a little bit different based on what I'm hearing. So I think, unfortunately, from administration, or maybe more in my perspective, there's some things that we have to do this year to change the funding source for the renewal program. As a program, I think everybody agrees it makes sense to maintain our assets. How we fund that program then becomes a topic of conversation for us here. And we need to come back and probably present to council a different way of funding that program so that it's not competing for MSI or federal gas tax dollars with some more growth-related capital items. So I think, unfortunately, we're in the situation that we are a little bit because of the funding source right now. And so, to your point, it's tying a road renewal program or a neighborhood renewal program with a performing arts facility. What I would say is, I think there's a way that you can do both. Whether or not the $1.6 million is the right number for 2020, that's something I'd leave to Ms. Lewin and for council to decide. What I'm hearing is there's not a lot of direct, immediate impact if that program goes to zero. But as the mayor just mentioned, there is a longer term impact. It pushes everything out down the road. And unfortunately, as administration, we can't sit here and tell you what the immediate impact of delaying the $1.6 million is on the condition of those assets. Hopefully we can get there, but we're not there right now. But I do think, and again, to your point earlier around cash flows, depending on how much appetite council has to go into debt for something like a performance arts building and how much that building is going to cost, there's a way to get it done given our existing capital envelope and still do a neighborhood renewal program.
Yeah, and that is my view of it, so thank you. Thank you.
My second question, if I may then?
Councilor Stanley, yeah.
Thank you. A fellow councillor and I had a conversation in the last couple of days about the whole budget process, and one of their comments was we have to figure out what's really a need versus a want, if you will. And if I may use the example of the Ken Nickel roof facility, based on the narrative here, it's reached a point now where it needs to be done. It's no longer a want, a nice to have, it's an actual bona fide need. If I may suggest then that the renewal program, and your comments are very well appreciated, the projects here right now, from your explanation, I wouldn't call it a want, but it's definitely not a need, if you will, to use that analogy. By the sounds of it, this delay year is not going to hurt us. I know if you delay year, it does have a bit of a snowball effect, but Councilor can attest that we were talking about a rec center since 1999, and it's taken us 20 years to get to that point. Well, I don't think 1 year, if the entire program goes away for 1 year, I can live with that. If only half it goes away, I can live with that too. I'm just suggesting that this description does not tell me it's a bona fide need. It's It's a good thing to do, but these situations are not critical. We'll have to replace this year compared to the Ken Nickel roof. So using that analogy, I can see this program being restructured, refunded somehow. So that's it for right now. Thanks.
Councillor Barnard?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dowler, and thank you, other fellow councillors, because a lot of my questions have been answered and spoken to very articulately. I couldn't have said it as well as you did, Mr. Dowler, about putting these two projects kind of against each other because the source of funding doesn't make sense to me. And I would say, for me, it is a need in the sense that if we don't take care of what we have, it starts to deteriorate. And I think, as the mayor has said, we're pushing things down the road. Some of our communities, while they're not as old as some communities in the city of Edmonton that we may drive through, I can tell you the broken windows theory is alive and well. If you don't take care of them now and they start to deteriorate, it's very hard to catch up and to get back where you want to go. So I've seen the effect of not doing this kind of work as it's scheduled. And I wouldn't be a proponent of pushing this off. I appreciate where you are going, Councillor Monkoff-Swain, around wanting to use the MSI for recreation purposes. I'm a full supporter of that. But for the reasons that Mr. Dowler has said, I think we can find other ways to fund this program. I wouldn't want to put this project on hold. I really do think we've slowed it down, if I'm not mistaken, over the past years. I think it originally was going at a faster rate, and now it's not. So I would be supportive of not reducing this budget.
Councillor Bendiger?
It's been a lot of conversation since I pushed my button. What I was going to talk about, I'm just going to pause for a second. We've talked about this piece for quite a bit. I pitched for pausing this conversation and moving on. We haven't done that, and the conversation has persisted. Maybe throw a number out there. Let's have a vote and move on to some other items. And then, I'm still entertaining in my head 611,000, 1.1 million, or 1.6. But I want to have the rest of the conversation around what we're doing here, because as Mr. Dowler said, we are picking and choosing between neighborhood renewal and basketball hoops here. My suggestion. Thank you.
Councillor Monkoff-Swain?
I'm happy to throw a number out. So I'll throw out 0 and I'll speak to it. I personally, and maybe fairly unfairly, have been critical of previous councils not doing enough in recreation. And I think we can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. We talk about being, we're a supporter of recreation and all that sort of stuff. I think it is unfortunate we are competing. You're absolutely right. They're in this bucket. If I had it my way, I would spend every cent of that MSI and that gas tax on recreation to catch up to where the community needs to be. It's a massive need for us. If there are ways for you to find it in a renewal program, and out of reserves, then I'd entertain that conversation. Obviously, I understand that, but I think it's a bit of fear-mongering to say, well, if we don't do this, then our roads are going to crumble, right? We heard that we can push this off a year, or if you can find half of it through reserves, then maybe we do that. But we all know that we've got to keep in charge of our assets, but we've done this every year for however long, and we're in this situation where our kids are playing hockey somewhere else. We're going to performing arts centres outside of our community because we haven't had a budget where we just said, pause, we're going to catch up on recreation. This is a chance. We've got some room here. The administration's done an incredible job to limit the impact of taxes from the new rec centre on us. And I truly think that this is an opportunity for us to have that step change. So I'll put 0 out there. I'd encourage folks to not do the same thing over and over again, and I would ask administration to find maybe half of that through reserves, and we can maybe go. We'll leave it to Ms. Livermore where she wants to go with it, but that's what I would do. Find that in reserves to keep that program ticking along if that's what you want to do. But out of MSI, I would vote to keep that 0 and let administration find it somewhere else.
Comments on the motion, Councillor Danlock.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I agree as well, too. Protecting assets is important, but neglecting the needs of the community are equally important. as Hendrick will attain, it took us 20 years to have our council have the courage to pull the trigger and do the rec center. And that would be a huge asset to our community. We all can agree on that. The same thing too is the recreation has been neglected previously. Not being critical of previous councils, but it's fair to say that we're still playing catch up on our facilities, whether it be a baseball or multi-use field or even some of our walking trails for our recreation. So we need to do some catching up on that as well too. Not neglecting assets totally, not at all, but we need to do some catching up. And I think this is one example of us showing some leadership in the recreational realm and just trying to close that gap between what our community needs and what they say they want.
Councillor Hendricks?
Well, then I'd go back, if the issue is not simply the program, we're okay with the program if it gets funded in a different way. I'd go back to the admin to say, listen, the funding has been set up by way of recommendation by the administration, the way it is today. Is there an alternate way of funding this program?
I think there is. Again, philosophically, this is not a program that I believe should be funded from MSI or any grant. This should be a program that is either funded, would be funded through a reserve, where you're building up a reserve with enough dollars to run this program year over year so that those assets are maintained in an appropriate manner. So, long answer to your question, I do believe there's a different way to fund it. Just looking at the reserves that we do have right now, the balances that are there, I think we can do $1.6 million. My only caveat to that is I may be coming back to you later this year with a report that shows our reserves severely underfunded to maintain our overall existing assets, with a plan to build up those reserves. So that would be my only hesitation or caution, I guess, in funding it from a reserve. But looking at the numbers for 2020, yeah, we could.
Because I got to admit, I'm flipping between page 71, which is capital reserves, and 70, which is operating reserves. And we're starting to deplete those into territory where I'm uncomfortable that we will be able to fund emergencies as they come up. If lightning bolt hits the Kenneco Recreation Center, we have to do some major work. That's all coming out of debt. And our debt right now, for a few years, until we grow a little bit and pay some down, is kind of thin too. Our capital reserves projected at the end of 2020 is 6.5 million. You take another 1.6 out of the reserves to fund this renewal program, and now we're down into 4. And 4, unfortunately, doesn't build a lot of things if the rubber hits the road and the emergency happens. So I'm not going to vote for 0, and I'm not going to vote to take 1.6 out of reserve to fund this program. I mean, MSI and federal gas tax were set up for infrastructure dollars. They're not strictly recreation. We have competing needs in the community, and we're better off. If we don't want to do the whole program, fine. Let's not do the whole program. But we should. I don't think we should go to 0. I think we should keep in mind that yes, we have recreational deficits, but we can't totally focus on the recreational deficits at the expense of everything else in this community. And so, I'm sticking with. I'm prepared to put it to roughly half or not, but I'm not going to go to 0, and I'm not going to vote to bring this out of reserves. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, thank you. The question I have is for admin. Like half of it got answered in the second half of what Mr. Dowler just said, but administration brought us budget, and they brought the budget funding this from MSI, yet I'm hearing that that's probably not the opportune place to do that for. So my question was going to be, how come you brought it in front of us if that's not what you thought? But then I think you answered my question, and I'm trying to read between the lines in that until we do a reserve study, we actually don't know what number we should have to be comfortable with. And that's kind of what the mayor's alluding to, being comfortable with numbers or not. I probably share some of those same thoughts, but I don't have any benchmark to know what comfortable should be and what it should look like, right? So I would, after we get a reserve study back from administration, then I would get into the narrative of whether or not I'm comfortable with the reserve or not. But today I don't. It's just a feeling for me, and I'm looking for admin to support on that. So if there's any other reason that it was brought forward to be funded out of MSA rather than reserves, maybe Mr. Dollar, you could let us know, but I think I made that connection after you chatted. So any comments?
Yeah, definitely. The connection that you're picking up on is exactly the logic behind having it shown as a grant-funded project rather than reserve. Again, philosophically, a program such as Neighborhood Renewal should be something, I believe, funded through reserve. There is a lot of unknowns for me right now around our reserve balances as to whether or not they're appropriate. We need to do that work. And some of the things that council has supported in terms of condition assessments are going to help us do that work. That being said, if there's a desire, and again, to move council away from a conversation of trade-offs between a renewal program and rec facilities or cultural facilities, on a one-year basis, there is the ability to take the 1.6 out of a reserve. Again, with the caveat that coming back with a reserve study, there may be information in that report that shows us a significant delta between where current reserves sit and where they should be. And a plan and a transition on how to get there. But regardless of the 1.6, that might be the report anyways.
Councillor Stout.
Yeah, I'd just like some clarity on the motion then. If I vote for 0, does that close this program down altogether? Or do we say, for this year, or do we say we're going to take 1.6 million out of reserves?
If we vote, if the motion currently as it sits on the table, yes, it defunds this program. If we make a subsequent motion, because it's not dead, to either try and find more money or a different source of funds, that may revive it. But right now, the motion on the floor is to defund this act.
Can I make a comment?
It's your motion. Just amend it.
So, in the 0 at NSI, direct administration needs to come back, whether it's the community hall or the option something happening.
Okay, and then the caveat from Mr. Fowler is that may leave the reserves at a much lower level than desirable. Well, it may, but that's a possibility, but they may be lower than desirable already, from what I've heard.
It's below my comfort level. But
well, yes, but we don't.
Regardless of what the study says, it's below my comfort level.
We don't have a recommendation from the financial director as to where those reserves should be, because we haven't got to that point yet.
And so right now, the only thing we have to go on is a personal judgment as to whether or not you think our reserves are sufficient.
A gut feel, yes.
And my gut feel is I don't want to see, I think they're starting to tap out and get low. So
Doesn't think you have to go on to 18,000 people who say, build us recreation, please. Get it done.
Yes, that's never been in doubt for that, and I understand where you're going with this, but I want to also understand the full implications of what our...
yeah, I just don't want to get there and be reckless how we do it. So, your opinion. Councillor Downlock just tapped out. Councillor Hendricks.
Yeah, so I wanted to get some clarity on the motion, because what I heard was this thing was going to end today, so that's good. Secondly, I just want to make sure that I understand then that the focus then on council is without question, recreation is in this room. There's no question about it, and all the other pieces that go with it. The question is, how do you fund it? And so what I'm hearing today is that in lieu of borrowing, no more debt on any of these other projects, it all will come out of MSI money. Is that the ask? And if that's the ask, well then, the overlay program and everything else is effectively gone, because year over year, we're going to need multiple years of denial and zeros to take all those dollars to get anything built. We have to do it in debt. There's no other way, unless there's some other magic formula. And what we also have talked about was the reserve study. This council has talked about that earlier in the year, And we under Mr. Harris and others, we are expecting that it's coming. And it's just more of a funding formula as to how they get funded. It's not that we'll be depleted and bankrupt as a community, because by way of the province, that can't be done anyway, right? The province says yes or no to our budget ultimately, and we can't get ourselves to a limit where we're not looking after ourselves fiscally. So I'm not too concerned about that, because the goalposts are on both sides. I get all that. It's just, and I get, let's go get this done. But to take it all back to MSI is impossible. It just, you can't use, there isn't enough money in that program to pay for what we're trying to get done. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to probably have a better understanding of what it actually is going to cost to build this. If you look at the MSI allocation, right now it's about $3.8 million a year. That's going down from every indication we're getting from the province. So even if it's $3 million a year going forward, it's going to take a bit to get us probably enough to fully fund it from grants. Something like a recreation building, a cultural building, performing arts building, any kind of structure like that, debt is a reasonable funding source for sure. So I do think it is something that we need to consider when we are looking at these kinds of projects. The debt limits are tight, but we do have a lot more room getting freed up with the payment on the land. So there's some flexibility there. And yeah, going forward, if council is looking to approve construction of a performing arts facility, that would be definitely one funding source to be looking at and talking about.
Right, and just to supplement that takes me right back to where it was with the comment about cash flow. So we won't get cash flow out. This term will not get anything built. We'll be putting money away for another council to look at recreation, but nothing will get built by this group, given the dollars involved here and the fact we're not shovel ready. That's my point. And yet we're going to say no to the overlay program as a result also. So it gets punished. We don't get the cash. This term doesn't get it done. Next group comes in and they're going to go back to debt because there isn't enough in the MSI unless they decide over the next 4 or 5 years that they'll do also nothing on the overlay program to basically capture all those dollars and put it away for a one-time project, which will not cover all the asks that were in this room just a few minutes ago. So that's where my cash flow problem is. So, yeah.
Councillor Van Kirk, and then we're going to get followed by Councillor Mark Oswine, followed by Councillor Barton. Start making some motions and putting some.
We'll have a good conversation here. I could be at 0, I could be at 611, I could be at 1.6 million.
Yeah.
I still stand by the comments I made at the beginning of this conversation that we have a lot more items to go here. I will vote on the motion because I have to vote, but I still believe that if there is a perceived flexibility in council to entertain 0, 11, or funding the whole thing, that we loop back to this conversation after everything else happens today. So, I will vote because I need to. I just think that there's more options on the table as we go that pertain back to funding this amount. So, here we go.
Councillor Mark Oswine.
So right now we've got 5.3 million in grants. If we ask the administration to find this through reserves or a portion of this through reserves, that gets us up to 7 million in grants. Right? And I'm not saying, I 100% agree. We use debt to fund these large, bigger projects, such as a cultural facility. But the less debt we have to use, the better. The other comment, our council is not going to do it. Personally, I couldn't care less which council does it. We need to do it. But we're not putting this money away for 5 years, right? We've got this gives us the ability, and we had a conversation last night about a potential project, but it gives us the ability, if the football field study carries on, right, you can put that money aside, and we can build that, we can allocate that in the next budget. We can build, you've got ball diamonds, all that sort of stuff you want to build. We've got outdoor rinks. We can do that stuff in our term, if that's what we're really worried about, is things in our term, I personally think we should worry about just getting things done. And if we keep trying to squirrel away small portions, we're never going to make this thing. So I don't think it's accurate to say this council is not going to build anything. We can build the ball diamonds that you want. We can build the outdoor rinks, the multi-use space. We can build the outdoor multi-purpose field in our term. We've got we get rid of this, then we've got $7 million there. That covers a huge chunk of all of those things. It probably pays for all if we want to do it, and still gives us room for a cultural facility that's going to help limit the debt and the impact on residents. So I don't think it's fair to say we're just punting it to another council. So, yeah.
Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I find it unfortunate that we're having a discussion about neighborhood renewal versus recreation, because that's not, to me, it's not either or. I think we need both. And I've supported both in my term on council. I just need clarity on the motion. I am in favor of this project going ahead at the amount that's here in our budget. If it's a source of funding that is the motion, take it out of someplace else, I could support that with a yes. But I heard zero, and I do not want to support a zero for this.
So the motion for clarity, the motion is to not take it out of MSI, to bring administration to find out the final. So
but we would be doing it.
We'll be doing a portion, and I'll come back to that. I'll say, we're probably looking to put it into 700K, we'll fund it out, and say, we want to move on to 1.6, fund it out.
And to the mayor's point, the difficulty is the reserve. So the question would be, is there a chance to go, if we say yes to this, find another source of funding, and the reserves turn out not to be adequate to do so, can we still go back to MSI?
Yeah, I think if that's what we determined as administration, we'd bring it back for council and raise that as a point of conversation.
So we're punting this to another decision, but we're agreeing the project, at least I would be agreeing that the project is a go.
And the project is needed for sure. But, if we get the $7 million in room and they come back and they say, hey, look, reserve study's actually really struggling here. We think that we should shift those funds and actually come back and take it from MSI, then we can always do that later in the fact, right? But let's try and free up as much room as possible, give them a chance to figure out how they can do it through a different fund, and keep those available.
What has muddied the waters for me is that we're not talking about this project, as you've already mentioned to us. So I'm in favor of keeping this project. Source of funding is questionable.
Well, we've actually had a really grand discussion, which will actually is going to help inform
all of these.
So, which is why I've been letting it go on.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So that we're not going to have the same discussion on every line item. I'm hoping that we can get some clarity to where we're sort of heads are at. But so I was clear on the motion right up until the last 10 seconds there. So you're saying you've changed your motion to be find a different source of funding, but the project still goes ahead, or come back to us with other sources of funding, and then we'll decide if the project goes ahead.
Take it out of MSI and direct administration to come back and provide an alternate source of funding. Whatever they.
Okay, so that's the motion. I'm not gonna be in favor of that. I'd like to leave it funded at some level out of MSI, because then I know it's going to get done, and it's not a decision that's going to get punted 3 weeks down the road. I think we can achieve our goals with recreation through freeing some with the room we have and some debt if we have to, but I think we're playing with a gun if we start putting out these renewal projects and not maintaining our assets.
Not putting it off, finding other sources, and I would hate to be in a position where we've got a really awesome opportunity for an arts facility and the impact on the debt is too much because we took out MSI here. So it's unfortunately it's putting.
We have a philosophical difference on this, and that's okay. Councillor Van Newkirk.
I'm still going back to the point that I've made 2 times, that I think it's too early in the day to have this conversation. And I've
overruled you twice now, and we're going to go forward.
That's fine. We're gonna have a vote. conversation about trying to fund something differently when we have $10 million worth of other things to talk to may handcuff us later in the day. So that's me for the last time. And at zero, later in the day, if we make a decision, or I feel that as we make decisions later in the day, we're going to be making decisions with this one in our head at zero. So for those who had thought that we might fund a portion of it, then we would have to take away from other projects to fund this. So personally, early in the day like this, I would feel better if we had funded a $611,000 section contingent on how the rest of the day looked, and then we could back up on it. I think at zero, I don't support zero just for the point that we're at in the day, although my head could be to zero by the end of the day. So I don't support the conversation we're having so early in the day. That's where I'm at. And so zero and different funding and stuff, I'm just not there right now.
No, it's a set in stone, right? It's trying to give direction. We're going to come back and we're going to have this debate again at committee of the whole, and we're not finalising approving this here. It's just trying to give direction, right? And do you philosophically think that we should maximise the space in our MSI grants, federal gas tax, the cultural step change?
Councillor Daniel, then I'm going to call some votes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a general comment. Mike, I wish you had come on board probably 8-9 months ago, because, and I mean that in a nice way, because I like how you're thinking is that there's always options, not being pigeonholed the way we've been in the past. Now, I'm feeling very confident that after my third budget cycle, the renewal program by nature shouldn't be funded from MSI. It should be funded from reserves. So it's been, in my mind, based on what you're telling me, it's been inappropriately accounted for in previous years. So what we're trying to figure out now is that using MSI to fund something that should be from existing reserves from operating, right? So I come down to, if we can, I'm not in favor of using MSI to fund this. It should be used from reserves, as you have suggested. Unfortunately, you didn't have a chance to do your thought pattern before the budget had to get put together, and I appreciate that. So 1.6 from reserves for this renewal program makes sense to me. Coming from MSI for other things, MSI should be used for other things, like recreation and arts and so on. So I do appreciate where you're going with your thought patterns. I like the creativity you bring to our budget process with your suggesting flexibility. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to change the funding source for this program if possible, and then have it been reported back. All in favor? Against? 6-1. Yeah, fine with me. Township Road 510 overlay. Well, no, it's an important one because it's going to set up the rest of the day. So, I said no. That conversation we had was a really important conversation because it's going to set up the rest of the day. So, Township Road 510 overlay. For this one though, this does a need. The base is failing in places. It's got to happen. I mean, regardless of what you think about the unfunded 510 detailed design, this one I would suggest falls into need. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, just had a question for admin on the 510 overlay versus the big picture asphalt study. So the 510 overlay, I forget, does that do the whole thing or just a piece of it? Just the west piece there. So does the big picture study that we spoke about yesterday, it will tell us the status of the rest of 510 and the rest of the perimeter road, obviously not the new stuff on the west. Is that correct? I thought there was a study.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Van Newkirk. So I believe you asked two different questions. So question number one is, so this project that we're proposing now is about an 800-meter section further west of what we did in 2018, I guess. So this is, as Mayor Stewart suggested, that the road base is failing. We've had some major problems on that area, so this is going to kind of tide us over until such time as we do a complete reconstruction of 510. Your second question was about condition assessments.
Yes.
So yes, when we do the condition assessments of all of our roadways, this will be one of the sections that will be done. But to save the existing road, this has to be done in 2020.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just wanted to make sure, like, when we, this piece is going to get an overlay, but the road condition assessment is going to tell us the health of the rest of it so that admin can prioritize. So I just wanted to make that distinction.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Further comments? All in favor? Carried. Bellevue outdoor rink improvements. Comments or concerns? Councilor Van Dusen?
Just reading through the actual piece of it here. I'm just wondering, what is we said we're going to do a refresh to the change room and stuff. I'm just wondering what the goal at the end of that is. Are we going to have, is it paint and doors, or I excuse me for not knowing. I don't know if it's heated or not, or what. I'm just wondering if you could explain what the refresh involves for the 260,000. Well, the construction is at 250,000. The refresh is part of it.
Yeah, my understanding is just to bring the current infrastructure up to today's standards. It's pretty rough shape, and it's a well-used facility. As far as whether it's heated or not, and whether that's going to change, I don't know that, but I'll have that answer in a couple minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Margot Spain?
Yeah, it's definitely in rough shape. However, it's. I wonder if there is an opportunity maybe just to do the boards, but I would rather invest some money in a new rink somewhere else, and at least we're adding rinks in the community here. So the board system, I get. They used to cheat all the time by flicking around the boards, and it would always spring back on that one board into the middle of the ice. So I totally get that, but philosophically, I want to add things and not just upgrade here. So if council is willing to have a conversation about doing both, I think we could go there. It's certainly an important spot in the community, and it's always busy down there. But if we're having a discussion about this one versus another one, then adding a rink, I would rather add a new one. So those are my initial comments on this.
Councilor Danlock?
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Just a quick question. I do have recall a previous conversation we had somewhere down the past about the cost of adding, new baseball diamonds or outdoor rinks, and I think the figure was around $300,000 for an outdoor rink to add in a new location. We had some land for it, so it seems, based on this proposed number, it costs just as much to refurbish an existing rink to building a brand new one. So I'm wondering, are we confident this $300,000 is a reasonable figure to do what needs to be done to make this rink more functional? And again, it comes down to, need versus want. I mean, not being sarcastic, but I do believe another rink would be a great thing for our community, another outdoor rink, but this one does need some repairs. I'm wondering if we really need, if 300 grand is an accurate figure, and what can we do about that in terms of actual cost?
CEO?
The figure we're fairly comfortable with. What you're talking about is taking down the old and putting up the new. Certain location is dependent. The cost will be dependent on the locations. That's why you see the number of 300 and 300 facility or amenities, whether it's heated, whether it's change rooms. The scope of the proposed rink is in a different location. It's being done in conjunction with the community group, so it's how the costs change. But yes, we're comfortable with the 300,000 for Bellevue rink.
Councilor Van Dusen?
Yeah, just saying, I've been where my head has been at is, and this would be simplifying it down too much, but if we change one of our current outdoor locations into a more permanent structure and add a tangible thing, that's where my head was at as well. Question for administration: is there any safety issues with the Bellevue setup as it is right now that should be looked after in this budget, no matter what, if we decide to do a new one or not?
CEO?
With aging infrastructure comes, the possibility of safety issues. I'm not aware of one that would have been included in this.
It's one pager.
All right, so I understand wanting to add new, but once again, it goes back to philosophical. We can't add new at the expense of old. And quite frankly, I don't think refurbishing this one really precludes having a good conversation about adding the outdoor rink. So I'm prepared to do both. And if we can do both, then this one becomes almost brand new. We put a new one in. Now we have two brand new rinks within our community, essentially. And we've increased the capacity. Philosophically, I'm not gonna continue to sacrifice everything on new stuff. Councilor Mark
Yeah, I'm with you there, Your Worship. I guess my point that I was trying to make it, if you were looking to do one as opposed to both, then I would have a struggle with it. A question I have, we have a presentation for administration. We have a presentation in front of us at the Committee of the Whole on Tuesday from Baja, and I don't want to jump to that, but I was curious if you could able to share any details in terms of location for that. If you want to punt it to next Tuesday, then fine. But
I had the same question, but I was bringing it up at the outdoor rink as it came down below because I wanted to see how that Baja was interfacing with the new one. So
okay,
you can ask it now. Ask it in an hour.
The location is in the southeast corner of the Ken Nickel, southeast of the Ken Nickel Arena.
okay. So I guess maybe if I rewound 2 hours for when you asked, are there any other projects that you'd want to add on? I think to Councillor Van Newkirk's point, there's about 3 or 4 kind of makeshift outdoor areas where they use snowbanks. I would like to add a project for administration to go investigate some of those pop-up outdoor rinks that we have and invest some capital into that. So I'm with you about repairing this one, and so I'm prepared to support this one, but I would like to look at a couple of key spots in our community where I think we can easily put some boards up and a changing room around the community. So I'm prepared to support this one, but I'll ask if we have a discussion about another one as part of the capital program. Thank you.
Councillor Newkirk.
Ditto.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Worship, Bonnie Doon Mall does a pop-up rink. I took a picture of it the other day. Maybe I can pass it on to my fellow councillor here. Fairly simple. They do a change room based on an ATCO trailer. Yeah, if we pass it all the way down. PCL provided some carpenters that created a bit of a framework around the perimeter on the parking lot. They threw some water on it, and I got to say it's turned into quite a unique space. So pretty simply done, and fairly, in my opinion, it has to be inexpensive.
We will add that discussion to Ken Nickel Outdoor Rink in the under. I didn't do it.
It's in Bonnie Doon, at the Bonnie Doon Mall parking lot. I will. Thanks.
All right, so Bellevue Outdoor Rink improvements. Councillor Danlock.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I would just support the motion and talk about the new rink.
Yeah. All in favor? Carries. LeBlanc Canal Bridge replacement, and then we're going to take a break. Councillor Van Dijk.
Just wondering if the admin could speak to the LeBlanc Canal Bridge replacement and contrast it to the bridge replacement we did in Four Seasons last year, because that bridge turned out really nicely. It was landscaped nicely and just a nice wide bridge, and it wasn't as steep and all that kind of stuff. I'm assuming the LeBlanc Canal Bridge would kind of end up looking and feeling like that. Just looking for some comment on admin what the outcome would might feel like and look like. Thank you.
CAO, followed if he passes it off.
No, I'm okay. Unless you want it, go ahead.
Who's speaking?
That's what I'm going to do. Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Van Newkirk. So yes, this bridge replacement here would be very similar to the one that was done by the Lions RV Park. The budget estimate that we've provided is obviously comparable to the one that we did in 2018, but we are looking at options with the Combat Engineers Regiment to look at potentially them doing the installation, and that would reduce costs for the city.
Councilor Down?
Actually, thank you, Mayor Stewart. That was my actual follow-up question was, Mr. Suter had the idea of using common engineers. It's a great idea to get this constructed. So if they were able to help us out, this would drop down our costs considerably. Well, you drop down our costs anyhow, yeah.
It will.
Okay.
I was going to say. It depends, but yes, there'd be a labor component that got different. Councilor Stout.
Okay, if this is the bridge I was thinking of, could we maybe get it on the screen on Google Maps possibly, but if we want to go further, but I just want to attest to the need to replace this. I took the cycling without age rickshaw over it with a senior passenger. And it's the positioning of it, its importance to the trail system is that, you know, if you're in that area, you're really going to be going over it sooner or later. And it was, yeah, that was an interesting, on a three-wheel tricycle, which is only just, the bridge is only just wide enough to actually get through it, but it's the steep rise either side, on either edge that's somewhat alarming, to say the least. Actually, I'll be honest and say that I got off and pushed it. But yeah, and it does look it's not entirely level and straight either. So can attest to the need to replace that quite urgently. This is one of those. If I was asking the question earlier on about, you know, when do we need to replace this? It's last year, I think, actually.
All right, so this falls into need not want. Councilor Hendricks?
Yeah, and if I can too, with the Brighten Up Beaumont package and the night that we had the fireworks and all the rest, crossing that bridge in the dark was quite something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to speed this up, it appears I'm hearing there's favor and support. All in favor?
And a solar panel light.
And the solar panel light. Okay, make a note. Solar panel light. All right, and we'll take 5 at this point. Thank you. Yeah, no, I don't mean I waited half an hour too long. My kid won a soccer game.
So I think like the 58,000 that they approved for the feasibility study, I think actually should come out of the capital. It'd be very similar to. Yep. Yeah, totally missed that last night.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's the same thing.
So I think we need to shift certainly those two at the bottom back to reserve, to free up some energy to fund that 50. I mean, we could shift the whole garden and get it down one for one kind of thing. So it's
I'm just looking at one thing. It makes sense to come out.
so like if we've got like equipment, I know it's like equipment replacement. That's the only thing. Yeah, but then that one. Yeah. Oh, like just 2012, I think I started there, till like 2 months ago.
Yes, you were
Oh, 8 years. Yeah. Oh, could have been like talking about the budget. Yeah.
Peter was there.
Yep.
Right, so that was part of the
Oh, yeah.
their decision just to
For example, that still be discussed. Right, trying to catch up to
Catch up.
what happened at that time.
I mean, that was the big impetus behind the manual program at the city.
Right, because it was, so what it did was, people that do that type of work for the summer, it's a season, right? So when you tell them, you know, what they want to get hours this year, people like, yeah, they can understand. That's yes, because then they say, okay, well, we don't want to do right? It's a very fragile industry.
Yeah.
Paving happens in May to September, and that's it. So all these people that do that work are right? Expected, you know, you have trucks off, they're not here, and now you've got minutes and stuff not going to do it, right? Oh, yeah, right? And then they say, well, I'm working to stay up. So they cancel that. Fine, let's go. Take voice instructional competence. You know, when you have projects that are government-wide, you got guys like Voice are supposed to do phase two with the upgrade, and then it's canceled. They're done. They're just gone. They have no ability to. There was Guy Fawkes at the center. He Fox. Right? So it's really important that, yeah, taxes are important, but if you don't keep the infrastructure, guys can't hang around for 2 years and come back. They're gone.
Well, that's the other thing, you know, to the questions on the cash flow. Like, I'd like to see us move to more alternative budgets.
Yes.
So, like, yeah, we are going on the cash flow.
Right. Right.
We don't want to see the money approved this year, and then we can, like, $12 million in housing.
had a request during the break to add quick discussion about the library expansion. So we'll add that to the list. So moving into the funded growth projects and being sensitive to time. Before we get back into the recreation conversation, I want to take care of some other things first. The snow blower, the tractor, the asphalt oven, the chipper, the message sign, and the battery operated rescue tools. Will you guys be comfortable if I wrap that into one motion and dispose of it right now? All in favor of funding those projects? Carried. So that was the snow blower for the loader, the tractor, the with the mower, the asphalt oven trailer, the chipper with attachments, the portable message sign, and the battery operated rescue tools. Those go. Yeah, so. Sorry, Councilor Van Newkirk?
Yeah, I support that 100%. I just had one question on the portable variable message sign. Does that put our current allocation at 2 of those signs? I think it does, but just comment. That was the only question I had.
Yeah, some quick questions, sure.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Van Newkirk. So this would put us at a total of 3 that the city owns.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
3? Oh. Okay. Sorry? Not in that motion, no. You're killing me, Matt. You're killing me here. That's you're killing me. Beaumont Sport and Recreation Center, furniture and fixtures. You're not coming back for more because 2.5 is a lot. Is that correct? 2.5 million. How come? Well, Beaumont Sports and Recreation Center, furniture and fixtures. That's all the fitness equipment and 66. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping that 2.5 million is enough to do it, and it's got the downstairs change room modernization wrapped into that figure, as well as the pool. And so my question was, are we doing anything to paint the exterior envelope to make it match the nice new stuff on the existing? Just sort of walk me through what that's including. CEO, I guess is my question.
I'm trying to get an answer for that for you right now.
But 2.5 seems to be a good number. Ms. Raymond, comments?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to members of council. As part of the construction of the BSRC, reskinning to make that all cohesive, and the roof and everything was included as part of that original budget.
Okay, so that's in the original
contract. It's part of the construction.
Cool. Councilor Morgan Swing, questions?
Yeah, so I was reminded by Councillor Van Newkirk, we are always told roughly, I think you said 10% around that number from Mr. Carey. So I'm good with this. I guess the question I had under recreation and culture programs and services, so there's 300,000 in there. I'm just curious how that's a capital item, how that's folded into that. I wonder if someone could speak. All the other iService Fieldhouse, I get what you need to do and all that sort of thing. I'm not questioning that, but to me, programs and services, I'm just curious how that fits within furnitures and fixtures.
Good question.
Sorry, I'm on page 56, under the description, third underline down, recreation and culture, programs and services, 300K.
Good point. Seems more of a, depending on how you're defining it. Sorry, yeah.
Through council, Your Worship, sorry, that's backwards. That is actually the fixtures to offer those programs and services. So you don't want to have, any fitness equipment that's not there when you go to open up your new fitness facility, that sort of thing. That's why that's lumped into there. Rec and culture, this is actually the physical facility.
So balls, hula hoops, harnesses for the climbing wall, that sort of thing?
Yep.
So I guess a suggestion then, just an update. Could we just rename that just so it's clear what it's for?
When we go to the public.
When we go to the public.
Councilor Van Newkirk? Or sorry, CEO?
Just to build off of what Ms. Raymond was saying, I just got a response that those washrooms are being refreshed as the terminology as part of the project.
Yeah. Does that include removing and getting new removing the rusty lockers and getting new?
No specifically, but I'll ask.
Sorry, I'm just curious. Questions, Councilor Van Newkirk?
Yeah, just to echo two comments very quickly and then talk to a piece here. So I wasn't surprised by the 2.5, as Councillor Monkoff-Swain had said, because I'd really honed in on the fact that the architect had told us in early stages, be prepared up to 10% of your cost for FF&E. And so 2.5, you know, that's okay in my mind. But then when I looked at this list a little closer, then I also saw the, you know, the refresh of the change room downstairs, which was added, which I think is a real big piece. The acoustical baffle system in the pool, which is a great piece and is well needed for the facility. And I'd even argue for safety, having spent thousands of hours in pools, and the painting of the walls of the pool area. The one question I add to that is we have some very industrial looking and industrial style external electrical that was ran for lighting. I'm not sure if that is addressed or there's an inspection of that wiring and such. I assume it's all to code and safety and all that stuff, but it was an external piece that was added in after the fact. I just wonder if we can comment on the lighting in the pool and if there's any allocation to check that out, or we may be looking in the future to replace some items if there are rusty issues with that. Thank you.
See you?
Yeah, I'll have to find that out. I don't have that level of detail.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just want to make sure that, you know, if we do actually need a lump here, that we would consider it. Thank you.
Councillor Dowling?
Thank you, Your Worship. Pardon my ignorance, but can someone tell me exactly what the acoustical baffle system is and how it, where it is in the facility? I don't recall it's being mentioned before. So what exactly is the acoustical baffle system? Stuff on the roof that's already there. We're just going to replace it.
They hang from the roof.
They hang from the roof.
Square foam things that hang from the roof to knock sound down.
Yeah.
Okay, so just essentially it's an interior sound.
They're what pools should have.
That's what I assumed it was, but I didn't have it explained before. Thank you.
They stop the echo, so to speak. Yeah. Councillor Stout?
Thank you. Could you just walk me through what the things in the field house actually are? A ride-on turf cleaner and a T350 scrubber. I'd just like to visualize what I'm budgeting, and those words don't actually mean a lot to me.
CEO? I don't know how to describe it. They're apparatus to clean the floors. You know, the motorized ones that you see them walk behind or ride.
So this is like a ride-on lawnmower with cleaning.
Oh yeah, but it's huge. Yeah, for cleaning the turf. And
Granted, I'm just trying to visualize what this would be.
And in not clean turf turf, if you don't clean it well, is a vile cesspool for.
Not disputing the necessity for this equipment. I just want a mental picture of what it is that I'm actually funding here. Yeah, I could do that. Thank you.
Councillor Dowling.
Just for clarification, was listening at home perhaps, I mean for some council members, including myself, possibly. On the pool and fitness, the baffle system and the room modernization, machine modernization, that was never part of the construction cost of $29 million. I know part of the construction cost was to refurbish the pool for various things, the heating system and so on. So none of these items are ever actually part of the construction budget. Just so we're clear, I don't think it was myself.
Yeah, no,
just so we're clear on that, because this is
these
some
are
rather large numbers here.
Really, I thought they're kind of reasonable. But anyway, for the scope. But yeah, no, they are. Those were not part of the original construction. It was through. As we kept going, well, we might as well. We changed the scope of the project.
Yeah, which makes sense. Thank you. Just to clarify thank you.
All right. Seeing no further requests, all in favor? Carries. Beaumont Sport and Recreation Center Public Art. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Just wondering if administration could walk us through the timing of the approval of the arts policy with respect to the approval of the funding of this facility. My question is if the arts policy was signed and approved after the construction was already underway. I'm quarreling in my mind about if the $50,000 or if the allocation in the policy should be included, or so if the funding for the facility should be included with the arts ask here. I don't know if we're bound by the policy per se. It doesn't mean that council can't vote to do this. I'm just asking about the timing and whether or not the policy would bind us based on this spend right now. Thank you.
I don't have the policy in front of me. However, it's absolutely up to council to decide whether they want to proceed with this or whether they want to hold off on it. But I'm trying to pull up the policy.
From my recollection, when we approved the arts policy came after we had approved the construction funding.
Right,
so there was no arts funding tied to this capital, and the discussion surrounding when we passed the arts policy was that 1% up to a max of 50 would commence in 2020's capital projects. And so honestly, that particular 50,000 total would be available for spend in 2021. And honestly, we're waiting for the Arts Council to get stood up anyway. Delaying this particular $50,000 spend until they get the policy, the procedures, and everything in place to go is not going to hurt the project, because all this art's going to get installed after the fact anyway, whether we do it in the fall or we do it in spring 2021 after the Arts Council had a bit of a chance to get their feet under them. I think is kind of neat.
I would comment that what you said, I don't find that unreasonable. I think that the art stuff could be added after, and just with the fact that the Arts Council hasn't stood up yet, as you said, to get organized to put the gears in motion, I guess, for it. Like, I'd be prepared to wait on this spend, but I would like to see something in the facility. Like, I do want to see that there. So this isn't a, if I don't support it now, it's not a vote no on it in the future, because I do want to see something there. The Voyager canoe held up by the guy on the globe, or something cool.
Yeah.
I really do want to see that. I just, the timing of it just seems off in this budget for me, with the facility not constructed and the timing of the policy to the spend. So that's just kind of where my head is at. If I vote no today, it's not no to it in the future. It's just no right now, maybe next year, add it on. So.
Theo?
The policy talks about it being 1% to a maximum of 50,000 publicly funded new capital infrastructure, and so it doesn't talk about the effective date or whether it's in that budget year. So that's entirely up to council to decide.
Thank you. Councilor McGunsman?
Yeah, respectfully, I think you guys are playing semantics with this. The intent is when we have these capital spends, we want some art in there. And I'm fully prepared to support this. I think if we try and go back and beat this out, then we're going against the spirit of the intent of what we're looking to do here. We don't want to open a building with a bunch of white walls. If we delay this a year, then by the time, the facility will be open over a year before anything happens in there, because they're not going to get the funding until 2021, then they've got to go right and commission it and all that sort of stuff. I think, yes, the Arts Council has not stood up, but I think a really positive thing that they can rally around once they do get stood up is, hey, council has allocated us $50K to be able to, not just one thing, but it talks about aesthetic elements for the new rec center, and I think that'd be a really cool thing for them to rally around and be their kind of initial piece that they focus on. It's a signal that we are committed to this and the intent and the spirit of that agreement. So I fully support this $50,000 and don't want to wait any longer.
Councilor Dunlop?
Thank you. I do appreciate Councilman Newkirk's being prudent with the timing question. I think it's a valid one to ask, but I do think I'm okay with the spend being in this calendar year to have it open, this fiscal year to have it arts in the facility as it opens in the latter part of this year. My question is also, could you just walk me through one more time briefly, this being a pay-as-you-go expenditure, how are we going to do that exactly? Can you just refresh my memory how pay-as-you-go would work? It's a new concept for our budget. I like the idea. Last week's discussion on Thursday night, but just refresh my memory, please.
Sure. Real quickly, high level, 2019 budget, there was $1 million transfer that was going into, I believe, the infrastructure reserve, so not necessarily tied to anything specific. What we've done is take approximately half of that amount, still using it on the capital side, but using it as pay-as-you-go, which provides a little bit more flexibility in a lot of ways to fund stuff like public art and some of the equipment that you see there, new equipment to grow the fleet. Some of the smaller items that can show up on capital, it provides an option there. Public art itself, you can't use an MSI grant for, so it's good to have a funding mechanism outside of that. And again, thinking forward, reserves should be there for specific purposes. Art, you're not necessarily going to see in every budget. And so hence pay-as-you-go funding for this one seems to be the most reasonable.
Seeing no further requests, all those in favor of the 50? Opposed? 5-2. Passes. Range Road 241. Essentially, we're asking for some design dollars for that, coming out of the offsite utility, or offsite levies, not utilities, offsite levy funds, which we've been collecting to do projects like this. Questions on Range Road 241? Councillor McGowan-Swain?
Yeah, the only thing I want to confirm is you showing that the initial 224 is from the offsite levy. I can't see when you show me the annual projections out. Can you just confirm that the 4 million that you're looking for next year would still come out of that offsite levy?
That would be the intent, yes, fully funded from offsite levies.
Thank you. No further questions. I'm good with this.
You okay? Councillor Newkirk?
Just going to the description for this piece here. It says 2020 is utility relocations, 2021 road completion. And it said that there was two pieces, we're going to do it all together. Just if someone could walk me through that description a quick second to understand the timing and the shutdowns and what the impact might look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to members of council. And this project, so it is broken up. So with our offsite levy bylaw, we have our arterial road segment separated. So this is why you'll see AR14 and AR15. But essentially, it is the full 1.6 kilometers from 50th Avenue to Highway 625. And it would be construction of 2 lanes to look similar to Range Road 243 on the west side of the city. So in 2020, we proposed to do the utility relocation. So there are some Alta Link lines that have to be relocated before we can do any road construction. So when it comes to traffic interruptions, there will be about a 4 or 5 month closure of that segment of road from 50th Avenue all the way to 625. And this would allow the construction of that to happen. But this would be scheduled for 2021. So the utility relocations would not have any road closures.
And getting the residents that live along that stretch in and out?
Those would be accommodated with like local traffic only when that does happen. So I believe there's 2 residents on the east side of Range Road 241 and 1 on the west side. So we would have to accommodate their access points.
Thank you. Councillor Newkirk?
Yeah, thank you. I guess the piece I was unclear on is clear now, that I wasn't certain that we had to close it down for 4 to 5 months one time and then for 4 to 5 months again. So the utility relocation doesn't have a shutdown, but then the big piece of construction would have the shutdown. That's the clarity I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none? All in favor? Carries. Councillor Hendricks, this one you might want to step out on. We're about to get into 50th Avenue streetscape construction. Now I know I got some confusion in my head. What did 50th Avenue Street, before we get into questions, just what are you proposing as part of this project for 2020?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to members of council. For 2020, The proposed work to be done would be utility relocation. So this would be the Fortis lines, Telus, Shaw, and AltaGas. We would be also completing or relocating, pardon me, the crosswalk in front of Bellevue School to align with the actual ultimate design that was done through the planning of the streetscape in 2017.
Can we just throw the Google map up there? So
Oh, map.
just the Google map. Like, yeah, just zoom in. So just so that we know where we're talking here.
Yeah, so the crosswalk that you can currently see here will be relocated to the west. Approximately, I think it's about 100 meters west. And then as part of this project, so currently the buses are dropping off on the north side of the school. 2020, we would propose to relocate the bus drop-off in the laneway and on the east side of the school. So that's what 2020 would include. And
So just reconfiguring that bus drop-off and the parental drop-off in the laneway.
In the laneway, it would just be the bus drop-off. So they could utilize the current bus drop-off as a parent drop-off at this time. When full streetscape is completed, that current bus lay-by will not exist anymore.
So we're having kids that go to Bellevue, dropping them off quite regularly. That area is actually quite congested for parental drop-off. So we're proposing to ultimately eliminate the parental drop-off. Is that what I'm hearing? Did I hear that right?
We're just relocating.
To where? But if you move the buses there,
Yeah.
where? Go point it out. What?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to add into Ms. Lewin's comments here, when the streetscape project was being undertaken, Bellevue School was formed heavily part of the consultation that occurred with this, and where the buses go, where the parent drop-off is, all that stuff, we know that there are existing concerns and constraints with that, and this project does alleviate all of those, and Bellevue School is waiting for us to actually do this. This is something that's high on their priority. They're very supportive of this project. I just also want to add in that we are in active negotiations right now to advance development on the north side of this road in this area, with the utility lines needing to be relocated to actually accommodate that. So right now they are along, they're right in the area of the development. So we can't allow any development to proceed at this time until this project happens. So that's just something to keep in mind with the timing of it.
Thank you for that point. And I agree, Bellevue probably has been heavily consulted and updated. I'm just looking at it from a point of view that I don't know what the plan is. And so I would like to know what the plan is.
Yeah.
And so if they're happy with it, great. I'd still like to know what it is.
Thank you, Your Worship. We will bring that back to Council for their information as well.
Okay.
This would also be part of more public engagement, stakeholder notification that this was taking occurrence and this was happening. So that would all occur as well.
Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I was wondering what happened to this project, because I remember when that consultation was going on, it was grueling, to say the least. Have we resolved the issue about the trucks turning and the school? Could you just speak to that a little bit and remind me where we left off with that? Because I know the owner of the bottle depot was quite concerned about that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Barnhart.
Go. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Barnhart. Yes, you are correct that there were businesses in the area that would have been negatively impacted by one of the design that was being considered at the time. In 2017, when this did come forward for council approval at that time, council did endorse the revised ultimate plan, which accommodated truck turning traffic and allows the bottle depot and other businesses that relied on larger trucks like that to be able to get in and out. So some of the turning radiuses were adjusted, and some of the curb ball belts that were of concern down in this location have been addressed.
Councillor Van Beekert.
Yeah, just looking at this spend and applying the lens that we had for the first hour and 45 minutes of a conversation. what would administration's comments be to a 1-year delay? How would that affect downtown Beaumont activities, growth, and such? Just wondering if the administration could speak to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Van Newkirk. The budget that you see in front of you is already the most pared down version of this project that we could put forward. We have delayed it for several years. It hasn't come forward for budget approval. Right now, what has to be done to advance development is the utility lines. Without that, development will not move forward and it will be stalled.
So just to put a clarity on it, we have to, if we want development to occur, it's the 2020 spend has to go, but we could discuss 2021 later.
That's correct.
You can't have a priority, I see your head shaking, but you can't have a priority in economic development and then do things to stifle it.
Yeah. So just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that it was pared down as much as it could be, as in it's pared down to utility replacement, or it's pared down to while it's open, you rebuild it kind of with the intent so that you don't have to come back later and redo the concrete?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Van Newkirk. So when the utility relocations happen, the backfill for that will be done so that it's not to be redone, but we won't redo the road surface to be perfect. You'll see a utility cut.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity.
Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you. I guess follow-up question to Councilman Newkirk's point is that many of the descriptions here talks about economic development being affected. So I'm also struggling with, a expenditure of 1.7 million also from MSI as well. Again, the question may be, is this the proper way to fund this particular project? Is it considered a capital project from MSI funding perspective? And how economic impact Mr. Mackin is going to be affected by this particular project? And delaying it a year, maybe a better explanation, if we delayed it a year, how much are we disrupting plans for the city and economic development?
So thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Danluck. As Ms. Raymond said, we are in active discussions about development potentially starting in this calendar year, and any activity along there would be dependent on these utilities being buried. So we've worked with development to make sure that the project is downsized to just the bare minimum required, but if it was delayed, it would delay any further development along that area. We don't have a permit in our hands right now, but we are in regular discussions about having development along that north section of 50th Avenue. And it aligns very well with the Centreville Area Redevelopment Plan, which has been brought forward to Council.
So you're talking from the CCBCC east towards 50th Street, that section on the north side of the 50th Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. I may have to follow up in a moment or two.
Councillor Margaret Smith.
Yeah, you can guess where I'm going. Can you provide a breakdown of what the utility relocations cost out of that package? I see three things here: utility relocations, laneway construction, which I imagine is significant, relocating the crosswalk. To me, obviously not my area, but we can't just paint lines 100 meters down the road. I guess, how much of the 1.75 is the utility relocations?
Sorry, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I have to find all the files.
I'll ask a follow-up then. If let's say you come back with a number and I'll use Bill's term, reasonable. By doing this, I guess the most concern I have about this project is the 2021 piece, the streetscape stuff. Again, from a priority perspective, I would say that is lower than what we're looking to do. I totally get the utility relocation piece. I can get behind that. Is there any decision that we make here? Obviously, we would have back in front of us in 2021 the options to do that second part, or are we tipping our hand to commit us to 2020 and 2021?
Thank
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Munkoff-Swain. We only have to do the utility relocates right now. The rest of that can be done at a later time as budget approval allows for.
Yeah, so I mean, we're looking at a $4 million project in front of us here.
Yep.
And you're going to come back and tell me how much is the utility piece. So
The utility piece is about $1.7 million, but Kathy, Ms. Loon's going to find the exact figure for you.
Yeah. So I So your ask in front of us is 1.7 to do utility, laneway, and relocate the crosswalk.
Yeah. Further comments, Kat? Councillor Barnhart.
Thank you. I don't know that council is prepared to fund this. I certainly hope so, because it's been on the books for a while and it's been pared down now. If I'm not mistaken, there's also expectations on the part of the school board and the school to actually get this done. And the delay any further, in my mind, does not make any sense. So as to the amount of money, it's already been pared down, so I'm prepared to support this as it stands.
I'm going to agree with Councillor Barnhart. The utility relocates have to be done to spur development. The other two are, quite frankly, significant safety upgrades for the children of the 10 Bellevue School. So I'm prepared to fund both those in this year. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, just looking at 3 bullet points, listening to the conversation, the utility relocations, I can get behind that. We're digging the numbers out for the other 2. A question, does Black Gold put any money towards this laneway reconstruction for the school bus drop-off at all?
Sorry. No. Doubt it. But I will defer to admin.
No.
Yeah, well, they're busy getting cut. So.
Yeah, so the answer is no, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And then second question is with the crosswalk location. My question is, with does the crosswalk, is what is proposed here taking those painted lines and moving them down the road, or is it the full jut out concrete package with trees and dotted and the painted lines, which is proposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Van Newkirk. So at this point, it would be just relocating the curb ramps to where they will end up being permanently and painting new lines. When we go to do all of the aesthetic piece for the streetscape, we would do the bulb outs and everything at that time.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Councillor Danlock.
Thank you. Just to clarify a point made earlier, so the 1.7 ask, the utility locations are important for economic development. I get that argument. But you mentioned a moment, that is entirely 1.7, just the utility relocations?
No, we're still looking for that number.
We're still looking to find that number. So that part of it could be less than 1.7, right?
If you're prepared to. CEO.
I know. Okay.
If you're prepared to.
As we mentioned earlier, we pared this down considerably. The 1.7, the bulk of that, and Kathy's going to find the number here, like in the 1.4, 1.5 is burying these utilities. The other couple hundred, if you will, is going to be to make it look at least passable and upgrade it a little bit so it doesn't look like it's we've just ripped up all the concrete and that's it. So it all comes to 1.7. When she finds a number, it's going to be in around 1.4 just to bury those utilities. That's the bulk of this.
Okay, 1.4, somewhere in there. Okay. How does this development then, is there any effect on the CCBCC or the St. Patel Seniors Club that are adjacent to the Bellevue School? Is there any effect on those 2 facilities?
Can I just get clarification on your question, Councillor Danlock?
Is there any implications to affect the access to CCBCC during this construction phase of the utilities or those St. Patel seniors? How far west does the utility relocation actually go to? Will it affect those 2 facilities?
It will affect those facilities, but we do have alternate access. So if the access is closed for that construction period, they will still have access from 55th Street around back through the community center instead of accessing from 50th Avenue during that time.
Okay.
Councillor Stout.
Thank you. Forgive me, there was a question that was asked earlier, and I either didn't hear the answer or it wasn't given. This is being funded from, is there a recommendation from Mr. Taylor regarding how we fund, whether we fund this from reserve or from MSI?
So this particular project would be more appropriate to fund from MSI or federal gas tax. Funding something like this from reserve wouldn't typically be, wouldn't be a recommendation from administration. This is more of a growth-related kind of a project, and it's not something that you would put money aside for in a reserve typically.
Thank you. Appreciate the explicitness of that response. Okay, I find myself lining with Mayor Stewart and Councillor Barnhart. My only question would be, you've just answered, which is, what is the most appropriate way to fund this? I'm completely in support of the 1.7 million that's proposed.
Councillor Martin.
Yeah, maybe an unfair question for Mr. Mackin here. So you said, we're working with developers and all that sort of stuff. I guess my point is, I'd hate to be in this spot a year from now and still have that space, nothing there. And I know you're not going to be able to give me an answer here, but this is just going through my mind. And you're still working through and all that sort of stuff, and yet then we've done this and we've now pushed the opportunity to use this funding for something else. So I don't know what you can or can't say to that. I guess that's where I struggle with this is, yeah.
Certainly. So through your worship to Councillor Moncuff-Swain, the scope of this work is going to be required to have development forward any time, and currently in this market, to have a developer that's interested to even move forward to the level that they're at, I believe is optimistic for the community. And by not going forward with this, we're going to be pushing it out at least a couple of years again. One of the biggest the drivers for this interest again is the CARP plan and the fact that we have made significant headway on that. They're in alignment with that plan. So that master plan that's before council right now to get approved was a key motivator to move forward with this. The next one is making sure that the city is prepared with the infrastructure in place to move any development. And if we don't, I am concerned that it could delay it. And, investors are interested now. Will they be interested 2 years from now, 3 years from now? I'm not confident, but however, it's council decision.
Yeah, I guess where I'm struggling is, you know a hell of a lot more than me on this, right? And that's your job. And we've got a large city here that we can be focusing all your efforts, and I totally get the need to do this, right? And at some point we're going to need to do it. You're telling me we need to do it now, and so I guess I'm taking you at your advice here. I'm willing to support this this year. So look forward to seeing some announcements here this year.
Councillor Newkirk?
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. Just on this laneway construction, the mayor started by asking some questions about it. I'm trying to recall if we have seen the plans or dotted lines in front of us on that, because I'm kind of drawing a blank too, and maybe we have. I'm just wondering, and because I can't recall, the specific question I have on this laneway is, if you recall at the Ken Nickel, we had to do some work with the road and where everything met because it was too steep and the bus was grounding out. Are we at the point where we have to do this same thing with this laneway, and that's driving some of the cost up? Because on the south end there, it's quite a steep approach that the buses would have to turn to come out. Are we doing significant earthworks there as well that's pushing some of this cost up? Because as I look on Google Maps here, we already the turnout and stuff is already there, and I know because I've driven there. I'm just wondering where the bulk of that $200,000 cost is coming from.
Right. Through your worship to Councillor Van Newkirk, that's a great question. On the Camp Nickel, the buses were municipally owned, so that was our own infrastructure and assets that we were bottoming out and destroying that would lead to more maintenance costs. So we needed to do that work. As far as I'm aware, I don't know if that grade or anything is going to be adjusted as part of this project. That isn't the intention right now at this point, but the ultimate we will bring back for you what the whole plan looks like and everything else. Ms. Lewin's just looking for a revised quote that we got very recently here that actually really summarizes everything. So that's just what where we get those numbers from here right away for you. But.
Yeah, and I appreciate it's operational. My day in my day job, and I have a tough time removing that hat sometimes, but I just would be remiss to not make sure that we've accounted for something like that if we're refurbishing this laneway, yet there might have been something not accounted for, and I don't know how I get that certainty. So thanks.
Councillor Danlock.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the laneway access, is it going to be to the east of Bellevue School? Is that what we're looking on the map? That large sort of vertical pavement area to the right side of the school, is that where the laneway access will be?
Well, that's where it currently is.
Mm-hmm.
As it is right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what exists right now.
Okay.
I just don't know what it'll look like after we're done construction. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
okay, thanks.
are we, I know we're waiting for a couple numbers, but I'm sensing that council's supportive enough to keep going, and eventually we'll get these numbers back and picture the thing. If we have to, all in favor? Carries. And we'll talk about the 2021, ask in 2021. Yeah. No, it's going to look absolutely ugly until development builds it, but that's just my take.
Okay, so the last of the funded projects, and then we get started talking about growth and unfunded and things on our list, is the outdoor multi-use field conceptual and geotechnical study. And I think that's also a good time to talk about, because it's ultimately that turf field that council's been talking about now for a couple of 6 months. That is the first steps in that project, so let's talk about if we want to keep the scope, expand it, drop it, what do we want to do? So thoughts on the turf field? Yeah. So yeah. So currently, that's the existing. Yeah, it's a poor picture, but yeah, but it is what it is. We know where it is. But yeah, the existing field is there, and we've had some talks with among ourselves and with the Bears, I think it is, football club in town, about getting an upgraded facility for them, and then we've talked about putting a track around it and putting some soccer lines on it and some rugby things, and making it a true multi-use facility. And right now, the proposed project ahead of us is to do a geotechnical just to confirm the environmental results. Sorry, Mr. Suter's not here. The reason we're doing the study is because we're not quite sure the environmental results in our record allow us to continue to dig real deep in there. CAO, comments?
I talked a little bit with Paul about this, and what this conceptual will do is, yes, actually the suitability of the earthwork, but also a ballpark figure of what a facility would cost to go on that in that area. So that's what we hope to get out of this study.
Okay. Councillor Danlock.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm in favor of this study to determine if the location currently at the football field can be accommodated to have a proper football multi-use type field with a running track around it. I'm wondering, I know we saw a drawing of a football field and a running track around it. Would that particular diagram fit on that land? Is there enough room for that to fit on there?
I'm assuming so.
I'm assuming so as well, but I just wondering if we had we get a chance to explore that. And Mr. Suter's going to look at that, I believe. Right, but will actually fit not just the football field, but the running track around it as well, too. Will tell us that, okay, I thought, okay. I missed Mr. Suter's comment, and I talked to him a couple days ago, so that's good for right now. I'm in favor of the study. Thank you.
Councillor Monkhouse-Swain?
Yeah, so the study's going to tell us everything we need, so I'm fully supportive of that. We may lose that diamond there. I would roughly call that a diamond. I've played it. So I guess my question is, at the committee of the whole, we had a good discussion and we talked about this, about the importance of a multi-use outdoor facility and all the economic benefits that come with that and all the user groups that would use it. Is it prudent? I guess I'm a timing kind of guy. I don't want to wait. If we can get a study that is going to take a couple of months to tell us we can do it, I don't want to wait a full year for us to support this. Is there any way that we earmark some funds contingent on a positive study to do this, so that if the study comes back and says, yeah, we can do it here, that you've got the green light to go ahead? We don't need to come back and debate this. Is that prudent? Is that possible first? And then we'll obviously debate whether we want to do that or not. But what I don't want to have happen is we do a study in the spring and it looks good, and then we wait 8-9 months before we come back to budget to have that discussion.
We've often complained about the speed at which municipal government operates. And I sort of agree with Councillor Monkhouse-Swain, is if there's any way to fast track this project, it would be probably ideal.
The next phase of the project, if it's find out that it's suitable for that area, would be a detailed design. Typically design, and Mr. Hendricks, I'm sure, will weigh in on this as well. Councillor Hendricks is, design build in the same year. It comes with it some risks. A suggestion that I would make is that we put some design money aside. If the facility becomes suitable, then we proceed to design. Now, we've seen how many times the design can come through this process, and I think it would be overly optimistic to think that we could have an approved design in 2020.
You say it's going to take a full year, so it comes back and says, yeah, it's good. You think it's going to take a full year to design that?
My experience as we bring designs back and have discussions around them.
Okay, so you're saying it's our fault?
No, there's just a lot of considerations, and depending on the level of tweaks and redesign and come back, and it's optimistic.
I just remember from the comments that were in front of us from the gentleman who is part of the minor football group and done this across North America, says didn't think we would need to take a year. So I guess what we're trying to do here is to make sure that there is some momentum here and not to have to go through this, right? I'm happy if that's design is the way to go, then I'm happy to do that, to add those additional design funds in there. And I guess at any point, if it did move to the speed which I would hope it would move, I'm sure there's a process where you can come back to us and make an interim change.
Absolutely, that's an option, yes. I wouldn't even know what to set aside right now. I don't think we would collectively know what to set aside. Is it a $5 million? Is it $10 million?
Yeah, so appreciate not sharing those large numbers compared to the ones that we heard from the gentleman here in front of us. But so I guess I'm good with the feasibility study, but I think we should also allocate some money towards design in this budget as well. And I'd look for recommendations on where we would fund that from.
How's Danley?
Well, actually, I thought it was after Steve and Perry, actually. I go prepared to wait.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Hendricks.
My understanding of this was we were going to get a geotechnical report for the 75. Not the SOS report. And then the SOS report would be handed over to the gentleman who was before us with respect to turf style and type and construction. And then he'd come back to us with a budget. The geotechnical report would also do a topo to ensure that we have a topographical survey that he could also work from. He talked about the importance of drainage, crowning this property and all the rest to make his product work. So that's what I thought this was doing, and that's what I think I'm reading, is that it's a geotechnical report ultimately.
Yes.
So that the turf then could work or may not work. And then if there's a cut fill balance that has to be created as a result of the topographical survey, then they would know if they've had any major soil work to do. And then I think and from there, it's a fairly short window between that and handing it off to others, which is third party, and then to come back to us with a proposal on actually doing the work.
Yeah, that's my interpretation of what this first project is. There is some discussion surrounding adding additional dollars to push it forward faster, pending the outcome of whatever that work is.
Right. But so we got to
So
we got to know what we're up against. So.
We're trying to fund phase 2 before phase 1's finished.
Right.
But Councillor Van Nieuwkerk, having said that, I want to move this thing at a bit of like warp speed.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to just echo those sentiments of let's get it done and let's get a concept done. Let's get this done. So my question comes to timing. So as far as the RFP or the let's go on the $75,000 ask in front of us, Mr. Dowler, am I correct in believing that we have to have a signed and approved budget before we can put that RFP out to go? Or can that RFP go out Tuesday because we've talked about it and approved it, but it's not all the way approved, right? So just tell me the process, if you wouldn't mind, on what that timing is actually going to look like, because I don't want to be left with unrealistic expectations here as we try to move this as fast as possible.
Certainly, you are correct in that anytime we put an RFP out, we do need an approved budget in place before it can go out onto the street. In a situation like this, capital budget is much easier to adjust mid-year than an operating budget. So you can do the study, do a detailed design component to it even, so that you have a number in terms of the costs associated with what we would be putting on the site. That can come back in April, May. We can be in front of council, approve some additional money to go ahead with the construction and get the project moving through the RFP process. So the timing can be sped up, I guess. And it doesn't have to wait for certain points of the year where we need to bring a budget forward. We can bring it forward at any time to do the adjustment and get it in place to do the RFP.
Sounds optimistic, and I like what I'm hearing. Thank you.
Councillor Downlock?
Thank you. So if I may ask the question before I make a motion, is that it's the 75,000 is being funded by pay-as-you-go, which I'm fine with. I love the idea of having some money set aside in this budget for design. So could we, I'm not saying I will, but could I put a motion forward from your perspective to approve the 75,000 as pay-as-you-go and allocate 200,000 for a design fund that we would or would not use depending on what the report comes back. Report comes back saying the field's not usable, then we wouldn't spend the design money because it's not usable. We'll have to go to another location plan. But this way, if I'm correct, the motion would then allow us in 1 or 2 months from now, study comes back saying, yes, it's good to go on that location. We already assigned the money to do the design. I'm using a ballpark figure of roughly 200. I can't see being 200,000. Honestly, I can't being quite that high, but that's a place to start. Is that assessment or that makes sense from your perspective?
Certainly, if council chose to or wishes, they could add some budget for the detailed design component. My only suggestion would be at this point in time to leave, if that motion, did proceed, just to leave it open and provide some flexibility for administration to determine the appropriate funding for that amount.
Fair enough.
Again, this would not necessarily be anything you would fund from a reserve. The rationale behind having something like a study or a detailed design funded from something like pay-as-you-go, so if the asset didn't go forward, you're not into a situation where you then are looking for money. And that would be the situation if it was funded from a grant. grant funding can only be used if there's an actual asset built at the end of the day for something like a design study or a geotechnical study.
Okay.
So the pay-as-you-go provides that flexibility. I'd just be a little bit cautious because we don't have a lot of pay-as-you-go available. I'd be cautious to use something like a grant in a situation like this typically. So again, that would be my only recommendation for council, to provide a little bit of flexibility back to administration if that's what was decided, to include an additional amount of $200,000 or whatever the amount would be.
For design. So if I may continue.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you. So in my example of 200 for additional funding for design purposes, would it come from MSI, or you're suggesting the motion should simply say at administration's discretion how the money should be? I might make sure I word the motion properly before I make the motion.
Yeah, similar to some of the other motions that have been made by council, if it can provide some flexibility to direct administration to go back and look at how to fund the additional 200, and then again, as part of the committee of the whole meeting, we can bring that information back. And if we need to have a further conversation about the appropriateness of that funding, or possibly come back and say, hey, look, this is not going to work given the parameters that we have for 2020.
Just to keep it clean, a simple motion to add $200,000 to the overall budget, administration to figure out how to fund it and report back.
Should I make that motion now, or do you want to have more discussion first? I'm prepared either way.
Well, you can. We'll still have some discussion on the motion.
Okay. So I'll make the motion that we approve the 75,000 study on a pay-as-you-go basis with an additional 200,000 for design study to be determined on how to fund that component. Is that a sufficient wording?
That's sufficient motion, yeah.
For today's purposes, that's
for today's
sufficient.
purposes.
I would say, yes, thank you. I would say a detailed
The
design.
200,000 is for detailed design. My only caution there is council, if we're going to commit funds for detailed design before we've seen this report, then basically the force and effect of this decision today is that that's where it's going. And if you're comfortable with that, so that we're giving them the force and effect of if the report comes back okay and it's going to go fit and it's going to fit, we're giving them the go-ahead. Maybe they might check in, but we're giving them the go-ahead to do the detailed design on that site. So if we're comfortable with that's the site, then I'm comfortable with detailed design dollars. If we're not comfortable with that's the site, I would say that we can add that $200,000 at midpoint through the year to do detailed design and ultimate construction. So I'm to be perfectly honest with you guys, I'm good either way. I'm happy with that site. I want this project to go. So, Councillor Hendricks. Sorry, Councillor Monkhouse-Swain, followed by Councillor Hendricks.
Thank you. A question I had around this geotech study. One of the problems we have with living where we do, it gets pretty cold outside. Doesn't look like, based on today, the snow is going to melt anytime soon. Do you need to do this in the spring when there's no snow cover?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Monkhoff-Swain. Any of the geotechnical studies would not be able to be done until the frost is out of the ground. So mid-May would be the earliest we could get started.
Okay, so that surprised me just based on my work. I mean, Councillor Pendergast would know more. So given that discussion, if you don't think we can do this until the May timeframe, then maybe it is prudent to leave it out and come back with an adjustment later. So is there a chance? I guess the second part of my question is, if there's a chance to do anything here, like, can we, instead of waiting until the end of February, can we bring something back for our regular council meeting on Tuesday for us to approve an adjustment to the capital budget and execute it that way so that we can get this thing moving? Is that possible?
They're thinking. It's okay it is okay to give them a moment.
My point is that if you say that we can we can, at any point, particularly capital is more flexible, then, okay, well, why don't we do it on the 28th or whatever the date in January is to be able to move forward with this, and that saves us a month, right? But if you're coming back to me and saying you can't do any boreholes or stuff in the winter, then okay, then there's no point doing that. But if we can do some work, I'd rather get it going now, which will then inform the detailed design.
And it's okay. An appropriate response is
no.
Not no, but an appropriate response could be, let us take it back, consider it, talk to a couple of geotech contractors to see what's possible, and then get back to us. Because I can see
Yeah, that's probably the best approach. These things do occur in the winter. I get that, but the costs are exorbitant. So to be more cost effective, more prudent, we prefer to do it in the summer months or in the spring months. That said, with the budget schedule, we could have an RFP drafted and ready to release on February 26th if we get a budget on February 25th. But we can go back and consult and see what the difference in costs will be to do this thing sooner.
Yeah, if you would, and then we could have a more informed discussion. Because if it's going to double the study costs,
just to save a few months, yeah.
Yeah, just to save a few months, that might not necessarily be something we want to do. So I'm prepared to approve the study today and then continue to work towards moving this thing at warp speed and detailed design work and get it going. Like, I don't want this one has to move at pace. We can't drag up further. Councilor Hendricks.
Your Worship, with respect to the wording of the motion, I'm suggesting that we tweak that a little bit and just talk about the salient detail. In terms of design, it would be my hope that we're doing sort of a design-build approach with our supplier, potential subcontractor for the turf package and for the it's called the track package. Typically, they design their own, so then we're left with simply the changed facilities. And the other thing is that Alberta Environment is the one that created Four Seasons Park, and it was done under contract, and it was done by way of certainly design and drawings and topographical and geotechnical. So, which speaks to everything from the depth of Sparrow Lake to how the hills and all the other salient details are tied in. So I don't know if that's still in our
actually I might be breaking Mr. Stewart's comments, but when I was talking to him about this study, they dug up all those details and he's got some questions, and so that's part of the reason we're doing this geotech report, is just to update that information and make sure it's accurate and correct.
Okay. No, like if the turf people have their own structure, like for example with Commonwealth Stadium, when they went in and took the grass out, put the turf in, it was their design that created the turf management piece. It wasn't City of Edmonton hiring an architect and creating a design that they were to follow. They said, well, this is our product and this is how we install it, and this is how we give you warranty as a result of it. So all of that gets done by the manufacturer of the product. We've had also, at least the history I've had with some of the groups. William Lutzke's got a running track with a very specific floor, and that floor was designed by them. They came back to us and said, this is how we want you to create structure underneath, because this is how we're going to build this floor up above. So we don't tell them, they tell us, right, because of their product. And they also explain how the drainage piece works with respect to, the overall. And in fact, we went through a similar situation with the soccer piece, because soccer guys, when Champlain's the fields were done, they're all drainage based, right? There's significant dollars in that. And we were brought to the plate as to how that was to be done and how it was to be created. And ultimately, what was built was based on what we were being told through those who do this for a living. And there's no cost to that. It's strictly, I would say, if we're going to do a change facility, yes, then that would be ours.
Well, yeah, part of the conceptual design should be the ultimate. And we might not necessarily build changing facilities all in year one, and it might be afterwards. But the base is the field, the track,
right?
Some stands and a score clock.
Yeah, and we have done this once before, right? There was a full workup set of drawings and documents, and an ask between ourselves and the school board to partner on that at one time. So, okay.
Councillor Newkirk?
Yeah, thank you. And just to big picture this a little bit, we're talking about this and wanting to make a change because we all recognize that that field is insufficient. So I just wanted to remind and speak up that if we found out that this is the worst spot in the world to do this and we're woeing up and we're not doing nothing, we're not putting a track and stuff there, we still got to get the rototiller out and make that field good, right? So just an acknowledgement that that field needs some improvement, even if the big package that we're talking about doesn't end up going in that spot. So just a comment to council and an acknowledgement to those at home that we're talking about this because we know it's not sufficient. So
you're correct.
Thank you.
If this project, for whatever reason, doesn't go, we do need to provide some love to that field. Councillor Montgomery?
Yeah, great addition. Thank you, Steve. I guess I think administration is aware of what we're trying to achieve here. I don't think we need to put it into a motion or anything like that, but you're aware of the timeliness and the speed that we're hoping to get this project built. And I look forward to seeing this come back to us on a regular basis so that we can get a good idea of where this is going. So is that yeah. Mike's telling me not to do his job, but
Councillor Danluck.
So just to clarify then, Councillor Hendrick's comments, I do remember talking to the gentleman who presented to us about exactly that the manufacturer of the grass turf has a way of doing things. All we need to do is get the ground to their spec to do their build thing. So maybe my suggestion, the motion of the design, specifically design, are you suggesting that I amend the motion, simply do the study right now, which I'm prepared to do. That's where council wants to go. I don't want to restrict this.
No.
That's not what I'm trying to accomplish.
I don't want to do it sort of a restriction from it, but we hire Chris design. You get
Right.
That's well it's like you're in a project. No, he should come back and us. All I'm saying is yes, we'll put the money in. Allow us some flexibility on sale and detail, whatever we got. I want there.
Okay.
Whatever happens,
Okay.
I hate
So is the motion okay the way it stands?
as much as I would love to throw money at it, I think taking into account what Councillor Hendricks is saying, I think the way forward is to actually just approve the study and then have a director of administration to engage in conversations with the subcontractors once and things, and then that will tell us where we need to put design dollars to, if we can make the field guy talk to the turf guy, or we don't need those design dollars because they're going to do it.
Okay. So that's how council feeling.
So I'll
withdraw my motion.
Yeah.
And just ask that we replace the motion with an approval of the 75,000 on a
Yeah.
pay-as-you-go basis for the study.
And direct administration to start engaging with the suppliers to determine future costs and
Yes.
timing. Yeah,
That's more expedient. I'm fine with
that's
that.
expedient.
Yeah.
That'll get us, that will move us where we need to go.
Okay.
All in favor?
Okay with that? Aye.
All right. Okay, so. Yeah, let's have a quick, because I'll be honest, we didn't anticipate that we would be here at lunchtime, so lunch is not being provided today. I know some members of council projected being here at lunch. So what's sufficient? It is lunchtime. It's sufficient for a break, 45 minutes? Because we are all going to need to disperse and grab lunch and come back. So, okay. 45 minutes. So reconvene at 1 o'clock. 50. Well, it's 50 minutes, give or take. All right, so we'll adjourn for lunch, and then we will pick it back up. I don't think we're going to be here too much longer. There's only 2 or 3 things we want to really got to talk about. So I'm open. There's only 2 or 3 things we really got to talk about. He's heckling me. I'm keeping the faith that we're going to get out of here early.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to members of council. So in looking at the cost breakdown, out of that $1.725 million that would be allocated to 2020, 90,000 of that would be for the crosswalk relocation and the bus lane. The remaining is the utility relocates.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else make a comment?
Yeah, I'd like to recommend that just from a budget perspective, I'm not going to go back and debate the costs, I promise you. But I wonder if we could just break that out into two different items. To me, calling it 50th Avenue streetscape construction is a little misleading. I'd like to see one, whatever you want to call it, economic development, burial of utilities or utility relocations, whatever you want to say, as one project for 1.6, whatever, and then a $90,000 project for laneway construction and relocate crosswalks as two separate items.
Okay. Further discussion? All right. Somebody go grab Councillor Hendricks. Oh, sorry. Wait. Councillor Downward.
So it's still MSI funded, correct? That's what it says on the on page 50. It's still MSI funded.
Yeah, that one's currently still coming out of grants right now.
Grants, which means in this case
Could be
MSI.
MSI or gas tax.
Okay, so either one.
Either one, currently it's coming from MSI.
Okay, so currently heading into the final stretches of this one, we're heading into growth projects that are currently unfunded, and some additions to that list by council. I do notice the one on there for 50th Avenue streetscapes discussion, unfunded of $1.4 million due to the extensive discussion we had last time around. I'm gonna say that that's not on the table for discussion anymore. Okay. Which leads me to start. Let's have a look at Township Road 510 detailed design. I know this was could be possibly a joint project with Leduc County, and I know they have funded it in their package. Open it up to thoughts from council. Okay, Councillor Van Newkirk.
So could you restate your ask here to get this conversation started on 510?
I'm just looking for somebody's initial thoughts on 510.
Okay. I'll provide some initial thoughts on it. I think we should, council should consider funding the 510 study. My question to administration would be, obviously there would be synergies completing it at the same time as Leduc County. I'm just wondering if there are cost savings to Beaumont completing this synergistically with Leduc County in this budget. That's my first question, and then I'll make some more comments after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Van Newkirk. If the City of Beaumont and Leduc County were to complete a detailed design together, there would certainly be some synergies there. As Mayor Stewart suggested, the Leduc County has approved their detailed design in their 2020 budget, which is why we're bringing this one forward this year, to be able to do that and potentially do the actual design together. But those conversations are just in their early stages.
Councillor Hendricks?
Worship, on last Friday's, let's call it the economic update for the region that the Chamber put on at the new hotel, used to be called the Executive Inn. I think they've rebranded it. Anyway, at that function, Councillor Kelly Van Wellenberg, did I get that correct? Yes, anyway, ran it to him, of course. He talked about the fact that his funding has been approved at his end, for this piece. So that was good news. I asked him if he'd received our 50th Street functional study documents yet. They hadn't. So And that was part of that joint council meeting that we had with them, so they're looking forward to getting a copy. But at their end, the 510 piece has been approved at their level in terms of their budget process. So just for information.
Councilor Spain? Yeah, to me, this is a no-brainer. I've really tried to push 510 for quite a while here. I'm glad to see it at least be an option. I'm really glad that the county was able to get the 4 votes they needed. It just makes too much sense to do it now while they're doing it. So I fully support bringing this back up. The question would be, would this come under a grant? Where would you recommend funding this from?
Yeah, at this point in time, without doing any kind of further analysis, grant would be by default almost the obvious place to fund it from. We'll take away the budget and everything that's happened over the last few days and see if we can't move it somewhere else. But right now, I'd say grant would be where we would go by default.
Councilor Van Nieuwkerk?
Yeah, just further to the cost savings and the synergies, I think it really makes this an easy yes for me in this budget. The ability to have a project shovel ready, I would submit, is also a benefit. You never know when the feds come knocking and looking to spend some money in Alberta, and I'd love to bring them here to a shovel-ready project that Leduc County and us have worked together regionally to do. I know regional is always a checkbox there, so maybe I'm dreaming, but it's a thing and it could be real. You never know. And then I think about some conversations that I've had with members of Leduc County Council and some of the forethought that they had when they built the 41st interchange and the pushing to not just have the one single lane come off, and Leduc County had threw a couple $1 million at it to get a double lane, and anyone who's driven by there sees what's on the corner now, and that wouldn't have happened without that. They heard very clearly from that build that wouldn't have happened if the double lane wasn't coming off there and the access wasn't built. So we don't know what opportunities exist in the future like that for us, but be able to spend $300,000 to work with our regional partner to get a study done on this road, I think it's an easy yes for me in this budget. So thank you. I'll be supporting the spend.
Councilor Ronhart?
Thank you, Your Worship. All the boxes are checked off for me on this one as well. It's regional support. It's a safety issue. I've heard from others as well as myself as well. Driving along there, some days it's pretty narrow driving and not safe. Partnership with county sounds good. As I mentioned, residents. The only thing that's unclear to me yet, and we'll hear more, is the funding source. So I would support this.
All right, I'll be the first negative comment. I'm not really prepared to vote in favor of this design for a couple of reasons. One, 510 has a third partner that's not sitting at this table with us, and that's the City of Edmonton, because they own a chunk of this road. As well, and I struggle back. I know we're trying to do a whole bunch of funding things, and there's projects that are sitting in the hopper that are coming, and so we're going to plan a whole bunch of projects, and we still have a limited source of funds to actually do these ones. And I don't see, I would be more inclined to spend $300,000 on a detailed design that had funding dollars to actually build it coming down the pike if the third partner was sitting at the table with us, willing to throw some money in towards it. We still haven't had those discussions. As far as I'm concerned, it's too early on this one, and if council wants to go with it, that's fine. I'm prepared to be the lone man out if that's what it is, but it's not ready to go. Councillor Hendricks.
Worship, and for me, it's the connectivity to previous work that was done with the City of Edmonton, the province of Alberta, which is Alberta Transportation, Leduc County, Beaumont, regarding 50th Street and 510, the intersection, the piece that had the bypass that took us to 243. That was all in that piece. The 66th Street expansion that took you right down to 510, which is a 4-laner. I'm assuming all of that's still in play. I'm really getting concerned because I've asked for the 50th Street Functional Study Committee documents many times, right? I think we need to get those out. I don't want to have that work lost. And if Leduc County is going to start on a detailed design, I want to make sure if we fundamentally disagree with what's in that study, then we should change it now. Otherwise, we should stick with it and make sure they understand it because they haven't seen it. So.
Yeah, I think we're going to talk about the Valentine's Day Accord and whatever we're calling that now with the three partners. But I mean, if there's two people at the party, I think that's going to drag them along, and better than one. So I'm prepared to move the motion that we bring this detailed design back above the line and funded by grants until we'll let administration tell us where that's going to be.
Discussion on the motion? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 to 1. City Hall parking lot expansion for consideration. Sure.
At home listening and perhaps myself too. So with this unfunded section, as we go through each item, do we then determine where funding comes from on each line item as we go along? Or
I'd prefer to take the easy way out, and if it becomes funded, let the admin figure it out. That's
okay, that's just a procedural question. So,
yeah.
Because right now there's no line saying where it's coming from, so I'm assuming
there's two sources: grants and reserves.
Right.
And we're chewing into both at a great rate here. So
to be clear, then, if each of these items are funded by grants and/or reserves, there's no effect on the tax increase, correct?
Not at this time, no.
That's my understanding. Just so we're clear on that. Thank you.
Having said that, one thing we should be keeping in mind, depending on some of these, especially in terms of the recreational, as we spend the capital and build these facilities, there will be operational impacts to both operating and maintaining them starting in 2021. And as we move forward, we're expecting 2020's growth to take care of the extra operational impacts that are coming on the Beaumont Sports and Rec Center. So we can't count on growing big enough to take care of both the BSRC and these other projects as we go forward. So we're going to have a bit of as much as we'd love to build them, and we can probably find grants and reserves and debt to do it. We managed to stave off a 10% tax increase or any type of tax increase in terms of operating the BSRC due to growth. We may not be able to do that if we build too much. So we're going to keep that in the back of our heads as we start approving some of this stuff as well. Councillor Margolis.
Yeah, I just submit that I think most residents understand the fact that paying taxes is part of life, and if we can show that we're building things, I think it's reasonable to have those increased operational dollars to provide the community services that we're looking to do here. So totally get there will be an increase to operations, but we can get the information back from Mike. But the alternative is to not do anything, and if we don't do anything, then where our community is going to go. So still support this motion. I guess it's mine, so I got to support it.
Okay. Somehow we went back to the motion. Expanding the City Hall parking lot. Discussion? All in favor? Of keeping it in. So if you vote now, it's in. If you vote no, it's out. Well, but I went for discussion. Well, the motion is to put it in right now. I made that motion. And then I called for discussion, didn't see anything, and called the question. So if we want to go back and if you have a comment, make it quick, but.
Okay. I guess it comes down to need versus want. Is this something we really need to do? There's only $150,000 in the big scheme of our $50 million budget. I understand that. But is it something that administration feels we need to do quickly, or is this something that can wait a year, given our other desires on reserves and MSI and grants? Just a quick general thought pattern on that, please.
We're recommending unfunded because we believe it can be put off. That's why it's in that category.
No, well, I don't want it, but the thing is it's in for funding, so the default motion is do we put it
to fund it. Yeah, I motioned it. No, I want council to weigh in on whether or not they want it. I want some clear direction. So I motion that it goes into funding. If we vote it down, it doesn't. If we vote it in, it goes. Right? It's just a quick mechanism, a quick vote, yes or no. Just it makes it clear. If you don't want it, don't put your hand up. But the vote makes it really quick, makes it clear, and this council has been struggling with that for a while. So yeah, the default is motion to put it in, yes. It goes in, motion to put it in, it goes no, it's out. So all in favor? Opposed? Carried? Not this year. All right, let's just skip, before we get back into more rec, we're gonna skip to the 2020 website redesign and community signage. So 2020 website redesign, what's the intention with this project?
So, thank you, Your Worship. The intention for this project is we've had considerable community feedback that the website is very difficult to navigate, and it's and also to find what people are looking for on it. Knowing that this is it could be a large project, we wanted to start this year with the $75,000, which would take into account the user experience, start updating the content, get community feedback on it, and hopefully in that bucket of funds, be able to start the storyboarding of the new website. Initial estimates from some discussions with the experts in the area or web designers is it could be up to 100 to 150,000, but we wanted to at least put things forward to council to see if this is something they'd like to pursue.
Comments, Councilor Marcos-Swain?
Yeah, I definitely have my challenges as well. I think maybe 2 years ago we did one kind of redesign, and so now we're looking to do another one. I think this falls completely under the want. I do not support the $75,000 for the website redesign at this stage. I think we've got other priorities that we should focus on.
Councilor Daniluk?
I echo Councilor Marcos-Swain's comments. My only thoughts are 75,000. It may be on the lower side for a website redesign, but I'm concerned of not being able to do it in-house ourselves. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. Mr. Berezowski, our communications director, is well connected with people who could probably come in and do it on a contract basis. But anyhow, I'm not. If I decide right now, I'm saying no to this one, but maybe a retweak down the road. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilor Hendricks.
Just through previous council meetings, there was a conversation that all the bylaws would be searchable on the website at some point. What's the status of that, and is there money involved with that?
As through your worship to Councillor Hendricks, now that we are building our capacity internally within communications, we'll be trying to make those as easy to find and accessible as possible, but just speaks to one of the big challenges we have is the content and the way it is currently presented on our website, and that's why we wanted to clean up some of the unneeded information. But I can assure you that those type of enhancements we'll try to do as much as we can with our capacity we have in house.
Okay. Further discussion? So once again, the default being a yes is it's in, a no is it's out. All in favor? Opposed? No website redesign this year. Community signage. Can we walk through what that project is?
Your Worship, the community signage is, as you know, over 2019, we rebranded all of our vehicles, flags, or facilities throughout the community. All of our parks within Beaumont still have all of the old branding. Some of them are in better shape than others. But before we went, we wanted to bring it forward to council. The $145,000 you see before us is sort of a mid-range, not replacing them with the very expensive, costly wood facing, but more of a dye bond material, and replacing the high-profile signs throughout the community with the new branding.
Councilor Renninger?
Yeah, thank you. Based upon the conversations we had when the rebranding occurred, I was actually surprised that administration had included in the unfunded section, because I was under the instance that it was going to be a phased approach over a few years to get caught up on this. So I would submit that the 145, everyone in council has already nodded up and down to, because I heard everyone say that, well, everyone voted for the rebrand, and at that point it was presented to us that it would be phased in over a number of years. So I would be prepared to support the 145 to continue the initiative that we started in the spirit of the rebranding in the community. So that's where I would be at. Thank you.
Councilor McGowan?
Yeah, I'm on the other side of this one. I think, again, I'm looking to build things first and worry about aesthetics later. I know it's important, another rebrand, and we're all committed to that. I think we're at 90% there. I think administration's put it in unfunded for a reason, and this is something that we can do 1 or 2 years down the road, maybe when if we're in a little bit better position and Rob does his job and we get a bit closer to the 90% that we're looking for. Yeah, I don't support this one this year. We're in a lean year. The province has asked us to scale back, and I think $145,000 to upgrade our signs goes in the face of a few of the things that we've said no to in this budget. So I don't support moving this back up above the line.
Councilor Barnett?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would support this for the reasons that Councillor Perkins mentioned. In addition, I don't think you can build things in the community and then not put signs on them and tell people where they are. And why would we leave the old signs up when we've rebranded and told people this is our new logo? And in the spirit of economic development and just making things look the way they need to look and being proud of it, I really think we have to follow through on that plan. So I don't know if this is the right number. I don't know the source of funding, but I'd look to the administration to be as efficient and effective in this regard. But I think we have to do it and follow through on our original plan.
Councilor Hendricks?
Take advantage of the fact that we're on the signage discussion. In my notes, I've got the Ken Nickel electronic sign that I haven't seen operational in a while. Is it operational, or is it no longer part of the fleet? What's happening?
Through your worship to Councilor Hendricks, the software that operates that sign, we've had some challenges with. We are meeting with there's some names that are currently on that sign. I won't put them out there, previous sponsors and everyone else. So we're in discussions to see what any upgrades that would be, but it's too early on right now at that time to see what is possible or what the end result will be.
Okay. Councilor Stowe?
Thank you. I'm not in favour of funding this one in this year for the same arguments as Councillor Monkoff-Swain, really. I think this can wait, and I'd prefer to do this. Changing signs, I think, is something that should just occur as the signs wear out or need to be replaced, rather than just changing them because we've got a new logo. I know that's not entirely in the spirit of rebranding it, but I think that definitely falls into the category of wants rather than needs. So I would oppose this.
Fair enough. Councilor Daniluk?
Thank you, Worship. I'm equally somewhat torn on this particular one as well. I understand the need to be consistent and with our messaging and as we move along, but at the same time, too, fiscal restraint part of me says it'd be nice to have all of our signs updated, but $145,000 is not a small number, and I'm prepared to reluctantly give it till next year, but I'm going to vote against it for this year. I think I'm, as I mentioned, a little bit torn on this idea. I understand the visual aspect of it, but I'm more concerned that we have great roads as we do, and we're going to keep the roads great. Other things, too, more important right now. So, thank you.
Fair enough. Seeing no further requests to speak, once again, a yes vote's in favor of funding it, and no votes in favor of keeping it out. All those in favor? 1, 2. Opposed? That's carries 5-2. So, getting back to recreational items, we'll start with outdoor rinks. The Ken Nickel one, and I think there's a couple of proposals coming from members of council. So the Ken Nickel rink, that's the one that's in conjunction with Baja? And the 300,000 is, because I was just bringing us up to speed on where we're at. I know they're coming on Tuesday, but
Yeah, Baja is coming on Tuesday to present to council an opportunity for a joint venture to build another outdoor rink by the chemical, the location we showed you earlier. So this $300,000 is the cost of the entire project. How that breaks down as we work with the community group will be presented more so on Tuesday, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, so I can't share anything more about that.
Okay, Councilor Gospain.
So that was a cryptic answer. They're coming back with a proposal that potentially could reduce this $300,000.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm prepared to support this, if you couldn't guess that already.
Because a previous discussion would not have led me to believe that you were in favor. Sorry.
Further discussion? I think it's a great project personally. Adds capacity to the community. And if we can partner and get it cheaper than 300 grand, that's great. Yeah. All in favor? Carries. Essentially, we have 4 items: the 80 acres, the library, ball diamonds, and some pop-up outdoors. Start with, well, I might as well keep on going with outdoor rinks. There was a motion that.
I wonder if, do you mind pulling up the Dogsford School playground area? And I'll look for some help on framing this discussion and staying at the councillor's role versus telling you where to go. So
It just sounded bad.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean.
You know where I'm coming from. So again, in the spirit of opportunity to create recreation, I promise I won't deliver that same speech for the 5th time today. I think we should direct administration to complete a whether it's a feasibility study, whether it's a technical study, whether it's the consultation to complete an outdoor rink in that spot, kind of. I wonder if you can hover over just east of the parking lot there, north of the sidewalk coming across there.
So essentially, if you look at the, if you take the
up, right there. Hey,
no, too far down.
Right there.
That
little section there.
The upper left quadrant.
So, I mean, we've got an already built parking lot there. And again, in the vein of trying to build some recreation things, I think this would be not just an outdoor rink, but that multi-purpose thing. So in the summer, it can be used as ball hockey, and you've got basketball hoops on the other side, and hockey and stuff in the winter. You can use it as lacrosse in the summer as well. So I'm not quite sure how to frame this, whether we ask you to do the design, whether we just put X amount of dollars into this, and you come back and say, well, we can't do it because of X. I know there's public consultation that needs to go on, all that sort of thing. So just looking for a bit of help in terms of how to frame this. But again, with the spirit of, if there's an opportunity to allocate the dollars here, let's do that. Let's have that conversation. So I'm looking for help from administration on how to frame a motion around this. Do we only go detailed design at this stage, detailed design and consultation? Do we try and find the funding for the whole project, and then you come back? What's your recommendation?
Yeah, I think I'll allow a little bit here, so I'll probably paint myself into a corner. The notion of site feasibility needs to be determined, as does the public consultation, and see if that's the right place to do it. So thinking about that, if the other outdoor rink we talked about was $300,000, then probably the feasibility and any public consultation is going to be less 10%. I'm firing out numbers here. So your option could be, put $25,000 aside to conduct that feasibility and the public consultation process, or make a motion of $300,000 to construct that outdoor rink, knowing that we're going to do the feasibility and the public consultation before we go ahead into construction. So there's a couple options.
Yeah, so I personally prefer the latter, and put that on the table and not jumping ahead of the consultation process. If it comes back and it's, we get negative feedback, what I don't want to do is just give you a blank slate and say, go find a spot across the city. That public consultation is going to take forever. And so I'd like to make a motion then to if 300,000 is the right place out of MSI, to look at building an outdoor multi-use facility here, and let administration run with the initial design, the consultation, and then they'll come back and tell us whether we need to use that or not.
So, Councillor Danlock.
Sorry?
I don't think response is required.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much.
Am I wrong?
Last time.
I love the idea of the suggestion we're looking at presently. Just two quick questions. What's on there right now? It's just grass, is it not? It's basically an open field, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And also to the right as well, is it not? Well, to the right of the sidewalk is also an open field. Okay, so we have some land we can definitely use for this suggestion. So going back to the left corner quadrant, please, where we're starting from, near the parking lot. Yeah, the flat piece there. So, yeah.
And the big, not really well looked, but the big one to the right, that's soccer field.
Right.
That we
Right. So going back to where Councilor McAswain suggested, if you go back a moment there, I have a procedural question. I like the idea of this idea, and I'm prepared to support the motion going forward. Question I have is, I understand we need to have feasibility and public feedback on many projects that we undertake as a council, but in this particular location, to the north is a sidewalk and a street, to the west is a parking lot, south is a sidewalk, to the east is a sidewalk. I don't see a lot of public people being affected by, if we decide to put a rink there. I'm not trying to circumvent the system, but I want to get an idea of when we need to go to the public for feedback, and when can we not make a decision that I think is in the best interest of our community. The land's available there. I'm just kind of getting my head around when we need to go to the public and when we don't. I'm not saying we shouldn't go to the public, but maybe, and sometimes I want to, when we can simply say, this is a good idea. If council supports the idea, can we not just do it without taking all that time? If we can't do it procedurally, that's good to know. I just want to get my head around that a little bit if we could.
CEO?
Building a facility, a couple things come into play here, and Kendra just passed this along to me. The 300K may or may not be the right number, depending on elevation for one thing, and that is kind of a raised piece of property. The other around the public consultation, it's been this council's direction to seek that input on pretty much everything we're doing once we're changing uses of any land in our city. And I guarantee you that there'll be neighbors in there that'll want to provide some feedback. People are going to be there in the evening playing hockey or doing different things. Lights will be on, parking will be up and down the street. They'll definitely be interested in providing us with feedback.
It's good to have the answer back as to why we need public input. So I'm fine with the motion going forward, and hopefully we can expedite this process as quickly as possible should council vote in favor. Thank you.
Councilor Bronner?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, is this the same project that's listed in the capital plan for 2023? It says joint school, dance room, outdoor rink.
Probably.
It says $800,000. I'm just wondering if that's the same project. Is that price is the... So it's the same project? And we're essentially, by moving this now, we're moving things up from the plan, within the plan. We're moving it up to 2020.
Yes.
Or throw some changers and some other things out there.
We don't have a source of funding yet.
No. Councillor Hendricks?
Your Worship, thank you. And just a couple takes here. One is, of course, there is quite a change in elevation on that site, so we have to figure out how to accommodate that. But we have 2 school boards that have engaged us in the past regarding all those lands to the east. So I think we owe it to them to at least phone them and say, listen, we're thinking of putting a facility right behind your parking lot. But the other issue for me is just well, we got this picture up, the soccer field. And it used to be that you flipped a coin to see which end of that field you were going to play in. Has that problem been sorted out?
As far as I know, it has. The soccer association is happy with it and is using it quite regularly. So
No, that's what I'm asking. Like, I hadn't heard. Like, I know we went after it at one point to get it fixed.
Yeah.
But did it find its way to the finish line? And do we have a surface that's level? We don't have a 2-foot drop side to side.
Couldn't put a ball out there and watch it roll?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said you had to flip for it. So yeah.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Hendricks and the rest of council. Yes, this was remediated. You can play soccer on it. Your ball does not go off the field unless it has rolled down the hill beyond the soccer field.
Okay.
But it is playable. It's in great shape, and it has reached the finish line.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I gotta admit, I'm kind of struggling with this one. We've approved Bellevue, we've approved the Ken Nickel. For me, this might be, and I know that Councillor Danwick's going to ask for ball diamonds here shortly. And I know we want to build rec, but I think it would be prudent to share the love a bit, and maybe this is a 2021 project. Going forward, I mean, we don't have to build everything this year. But if we want to do some, consultation with the school boards and perhaps a bit of a feasibility,
Yeah.
I'm okay with that to sort of plan for it. But I won't support construction funds in 2020.
Yeah. So Your Worship, for me, and I'm all about yes to getting these things done. It's just that particular spot is you need to be, somebody built that can climb. So, however, the 80 acres.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked. I think you're going to come to that.
That's coming up next year.
That's right. So if that thing was flat and not the gradient that we have here, perhaps something could be done out there as adding yet another outdoor facility like a rink. I think that one's simpler. I think this one's going to create a lot of costs for a benefit that we could stick somewhere else without issue. So.
Councillor Van Newkirk.
If Councillor Malcolm Swin wants to respond to that, go ahead. Otherwise, I was going to stay in that same vein, but change it a little bit.
Okay. The beauty of this is that kids can get here on a bike. And how long it's going to take to get out there, and you're going to have to drive out there, right? So that's the benefit of having this here. Now, I totally get all the design stuff, and that's what's going to come back. If they're going to say, it's going to cost you $800,000 to build one rink here because of the slope, then that's another consideration.
Right.
Councillor Newkirk.
Yeah, some of the constant feedback that that I've received around the facilities and parks and stuff that we have around the community is a lack of seating, a lack of trees, and a lack of covered seating and stuff that residents are getting used to seeing in some of the neighboring municipalities. I just wonder if, as part of the design package here, we might start getting some options on, here's what a lighting package would cost, here's what an increased seatings package would cost, here's what a covered seating area might cost, because I do see a need in the future to go back and kind of upfit some of our existing parks and playgrounds and stuff like that. So not saying that we need to do those things on every project, but I think it would be nice to learn and be able to choose from some of the bolt-ons, or at least have that option of that discussion. I don't know what the rest of council feels like there, but I would suggest that might be a good thing to do. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so seeing no further requests to speak, so I guess I'm gonna figure out a motion. So you're proposing a $300,000 ask to do the public consultation and perhaps some construction funds? Is that what you're proposing?
Chairman, where administration wants to take it out of. We've got plenty of room in MSI here. Sorry.
Discussion on the motion? Councillor Hendricks?
Worship, just to assist my fellow councillor, can we add just site location to be determined?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, if you come back and say this is a dog of a site,
Yeah.
totally fine. But
Yeah, exactly. And maybe we find another spot, but I just want to give you success here. So, okay.
thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? That carries 4-3. Councillor Danlock, you wanted to talk about some ball diamonds.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do appreciate the opportunity to bring back to council a suggestion we have talked about previously in some way or form. Being budget time, now is the time to bring it forward again from a capital budget perspective, and that is to utilize the green space to the east of Colonial School. I can't remember the name of the park offhand when I'm sitting here.
Malou Park.
Sorry?
Malou Park.
Thank you very much. I had it in my mind this morning, now I forgot the name of it. So, Malou Park, just where the cursor is presently. Mr. Hiltz, prior to his departure, last year, 2019, gave us a approximate figure of between 300 and 350,000, would build us and our community a very good quality, one large ball diamond with the appropriate fielding, and I believe portable mounds for pitching, which allow various types of teams to utilize the facility. Parking could be accommodated off the main drag there. I would propose, not a motion just yet, but a proposal that we consider setting aside in the capital budget for 2020 or 2021, probably 2020, to utilize this area for a ball diamond. Now, I am fully aware of our challenges with this location, with the school board having dibs on the property, which they've had for over 12 years now, I believe. I think it's time to push this issue with them in a polite but forceful and aggressive way to say they've had dibs on it for 12 years, they've done nothing with it, and we need the land to develop our community recreation facilities, and we need to move this forward. How best do we do that? Administration can let us know how we can push this forward in a timely fashion, please.
Through your worship to Councillor Daniluk, we have been in conversation with the Francophone School Board, who is the last school board to say that they are not interested in this school site until a suitable school site is identified for them at this point. They have been unwilling to relinquish that. Based on their recent announcement that they had in November for a school site and preliminary discussions that we've been having with them, they will be relinquishing this, but it needs to go through their board approval for that. Once that happens, then we would bring that back.
Okay, so my perspective then, there's no reason why we couldn't put it in our capital budget if we chose to.
If that's council's desire, no, there's no reason not to.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Romer.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. You're talking about upgrading the diamond that's there, or you're talking about building another one?
It's a brand new one.
There's nothing there currently.
So you're talking about the one, the space over here, so adding a diamond?
Yes, to the left of the sidewalk where the person is right now. That's, I don't think that is there right now is along the roof line with the
It's now a rink, right?
That's the city.
Which is well used, that's why,
That's correct.
yeah.
Yeah, but you could still run the temporary rink in the outfield.
Yeah. But that's the thing we break the also. And as I mentioned, Mr. Woods gave us his $350,000 which would be all in for a very good quality multi-team age facility for baseball, softball.
And this is the only space for it, or the best place for it, or like why this particular place? I'm just wondering, because there are the two rinks and the two diamonds, they're busy, but I haven't seen them. I don't know. I don't know the booking allocations, whether they're overused or what.
They're smaller diamonds. I'm starting to build some again last year. This spot will be a great location for regular ball.
We are short of space, and we've lost a bunch. Ball diamonds are good. For me, this is, I'd rather, if it came to a choice, I'd rather do this than the third rink that we just approved. Because the motion here will be similar, because it's colonial, there's going to have to be some consultation and to the one we just did for the rink before this went to a construction phase. And just be prepared. Colonial is notorious. Councillor Montgomery.
Yeah, so just to be clear, this is not losing that potential outdoor rink. I mean, we've heard from Councillor Hendricks with the pop-up boards in the winter. It's not quite the Winter Classic at Fenway Park, but it's along those veins. We've got an outdoor baseball rink in the summer, and then you can still use the outfield. I think it's just maximising our space. The school board looks like they're not going to use it. The 350K, the community, we've all remember the emails and the conversations back from the Minor Baseball Association. This is a great idea, and I'm looking forward to getting this going this year. Thank you.
Sure. Sure. I mean, when you look at where the others are, there's a pathway and trees between the housing and the field, the diamond. This backs right onto the people's backyards. I know it well. I've been there. But it just seems to me that that's a tight fit for a ball diamond with people hitting home runs. So anyway, I'm a little concerned about that space. Are we going to have...
I'm not concerned about balls, but I share your concern about the residents living on the right-hand side.
Right there. That's their backyard.
But having said that, there was always supposed to be a school built there, so...
But you're going to hear about it. So this money is for the build, or this money is for the design?
Similar, 350K total to do design consultation, build it if it passes. There's got to be a checkpoint in there that say it's all good to go, but...
I like the location.
I just think we're starting to spend like sailors. I'm getting nervous. Councillor Van Newkirk.
Yeah, a good conversation so far. I would support what I think is going to be a motion that will be put forward. The one comment I do just want to make is that we should look to not impact the soccer field that's right there as well. Soccer has also had reached out to numerous councillors and has lost dedicated fields that have been constructed for soccer in the last while too. So I assume that we would try to keep any potential impacts to that field as minimal as possible, and I think it's probably achievable. That's all I got. Thanks.
Councillor Danluck.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm prepared to make a motion that council allocate up to $350,000 in our 2020 capital budget for a appropriate sized ball diamond on that park location. Something in the park again, sorry. Milieu. On the Milieu Park site east of the walking path. Is that sufficient?
Sure.
For council's comfort on a motion? Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Yeah, 6-1. Yeah, maybe it is the one when that rink and this come back. I may want to doing both or none. Councillor Hendricks.
Worship, just a sidebar on the ball diamond issue. We did have a resident come before us earlier in the year for council regarding the dog park and potential use of the ball diamonds at Four Seasons Estates after, when the seasons are done. If there could be access to those ball diamonds, to let dogs run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, it's a common practice in other communities, and that's where this was brought forward.
Yeah, I would want, before we did that, we have really nice fields. I would want to get some feedback from other communities as to what that did to their fields. Because dogs are notoriously hard on grass in terms of when they're running around and when they're urinating and defecating, and
Right.
then that cleanup's all got to happen. And so I would hesitate to allow dogs on there to degenerate the fields. But if it seems to be working, I'm not ultimately opposed to it. How would we go about getting some feedback on that? I guess I'm looking into it then. CEO?
We can do some, make some calls and do some comparisons and see what's out there. The decision could then be rolled up into the community standards bylaw. We want to make that adjustment, but we can do some digging around.
So moved.
Please.
All in favor? For Min to do some research?
Yeah.
Aye.
Thank you.
Councillor Montgomery?
Yeah, I think you're going to have a proposal coming up here to help with the dog park situation. My question is back to the ball diamonds. At one point, I don't know if we allocated the funds in last year's budget, we were going to spend some money to upgrade the existing diamonds that we have. Did we do that?
I think that was 2 budgets ago.
Did we do that?
CEO?
I don't recall. I don't know that offhand.
So I think 2 budgets ago, we did some upgrades to the dugouts, the ones in Four Seasons, the fences, and put some stuff on it and did a few things.
So the comment that we got halfway through the year was, there were some games that were cancelled because of the quality of the field, and first bases, you're going to roll an ankle because it's a big dugout and all that sort of stuff. So I just recall that from 6 months ago. So I'm just, right by Bellevue. By Bellevue. So I'm wondering if we
that
did
was that wasn't Four Seasons. That was school board ones that we wound up having to go fix.
Did we fix them? Yeah. Look at those quality fields.
Yeah, no, they get.
Councillor Hendricks?
While we're on that picture, there's a soccer field in there also. So what you don't see is a change in elevation, but there is a soccer field in there. And the 2 soccer posts.
You can see him if you zoom in.
Yeah, you can sort of make them out if you squint.
They've, over time, become camouflaged because of rust. Wouldn't hurt to put some trim clad or something on those. And the other thing is that I had the opportunity to be in Holland this summer, and a lot of soccer play in Holland, and what they've gone to is a sort of a metal net. So it's a net that's at about a 45 degree. It has a big sort of clef, musical clef type look at the bottom, and that's it. And I was talking to my cousin, who was part of the soccer scene over there, and he said, yeah, instead of bringing nets out every time, that's it, they're done, and they're finished. And they've been up for some time without any vandalism or no ability to vandalize these things.
Same in New Zealand, just so you know.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So I'd be all thumbs up with that, because, of course, we had no end of people cutting nets off and other crazy things. So
worst part about playing soccer, putting up the nets.
Yeah. So if that is, and I don't think it's a huge undertaking, but maybe a review to see if that could be done. Because what happens is kids are playing there when there is no organized soccer, and there are no nets. Right? So.
And balls are going over. Yeah, no, and honestly, being heavily involved in the soccer scene, any field I can go to where I don't have to put up the net, I'm a happy guy.
Yeah.
So, May's coming and April's coming, and I'll have nets in the back of my truck all summer long.
Right.
I would support a motion to have admin do some investigation into permanent nets on our soccer, at least as they go.
Yeah.
Misery is just like, I can see work coming my way. Paul. It's all Paul. So a motion to have admin do some research into.
Let's call it a metal net.
A metal net? Does that provide
a soccer?
A permanent net?
Permanent. Yeah.
So, because metal ones would, yeah, you just paint them every once in a while and they would be permanent.
Yeah.
Whereas the ones made out of nylon, they get cut, they get deteriorated, they go quick.
Right.
So all there?
Yeah. Great.
Aye. Sure you done? Let's go. Aye. Yeah. So I guess one of the requests that I would have then is, because we've asked to come back with feasibility and other things, that operational impact, a projected operational impact would be helpful to the decision-making process. 80 acres. Okay, so this is one that we've been sort of running around, been having some discussions on. It would be nice to be able to. Are we good? We thought it would be nice. We have this perfectly good 80 acres that it wouldn't take much to start being able to use it, because we know our communities into things like cross-country skiing in the winter. Be a good place to put up a pop-up rink, maybe. Move the dog parks out there, so you get them out from between, make them a little bigger, and start to do it. So there's a couple of things. If we're truly thinking as council that this 80 acres is where we're looking for a school site and that co-located concept that came through in the structural plan, perhaps we need to put a few dollars into what a concept for that 80 acres could be. Or if we're happy and we just want to put some money into temporarily using it, we would need to grass all or part of it, put up perhaps a 3-wire, smooth wire fence, similar to barbed wire but no barbs, and then approach in a gravel parking lot and see if we can start using it for some summer and some outdoor pursuits. Because I know it's a great big field. I know the scouts and the cadets could go out there and pitch some tents and do some things, and it would check a lot of boxes and start to be actually utilizing that 80 acres towards it. So my proposal for this summer would be to throw some seed, put the fence up, and do a little bit of a gravel parking lot to get it going. And I'm just sort of wondering what council's thoughts on that are. Councillor McGuswin.
Yeah, fully support that. The second part of your discussion, I think we're really into a few detailed designs around the city right now, but just putting some fencing up, an approach, and a gravel parking lot, absolutely. I'd be interested in administration's thoughts on what that means. I mean, in terms of usage, do we fence off a dog park, just using temporary fence, or I think in the winter, as an opportunity just to use that whole land. So I would certainly support that and would encourage us to put that fence up and get moving.
Councillor Newkirk.
I'm in the same wavelength there, and I do see that a fair amount of usage in this, and I think it would be a four-season use out there for the community with seemingly quote-unquote a little bit of work. And I know it's not a little bit of work. I know it's, there's a study, there's a fence and whatever else, but it's a big area that would require seemingly a small amount of work to become more usable to residents. So I would support that. Thank you.
Councillor Stout.
Thank you. I'm on board with this as well. I think it's a great way to utilise, to get some more benefit out of that land. My one question would be, what's the state of where would road access be to this, and what's the state of that road?
Well, currently road access is on 50th Ave. Sorry, what will be 50th Ave, but turns into 505.
Yes.
Right where the cursor is. And so the approach and parking lot would have to be off the end of that road. We'd have to construct something to get in there. There's nothing there currently.
And that's an asphalt road?
Gravel.
It's gravel. So there would be some traffic impact of doing this, wouldn't there? There'd be a significant increase in traffic.
Well, I don't know if I'd term it significant, because you're only going to get people out there that are going out there for recreational activities.
I guess that's my question. What would the traffic impact be? Would that mean that we'd need to start thinking about upgrading that road?
I wouldn't personally for me, I wouldn't upgrade it past the gravel status it's at until development did it. Because we're trying to make this as simple and quick and easy as possible. So even the parking lot we're putting in, that would need to be put in, would be gravel. Like just put a swale in, put an approach, and put some gravel down.
Okay.
Put some-
I'm thinking of the dog park, the temporary dog park that used to be on 625, just north of 625. I'm going back a few years again.
Let's see, which dog park are you talking about? Oh, the one down where the old Public Works was?
Yes.
That got, yeah, okay.
And I'm sorry?
Councillor Andringa's former property.
Okay, very well.
Yep.
My recollection of that is that the car park was quite heavily used, and that in fact it was barely adequate size for the number of people that used it. So if we did use this for a dog park, I'm not sure I would agree with you that it wouldn't have a great impact on traffic.
It's all in perspective on what you think is great usage. 10 or 20 cars in the parking lot's not that great for me. Well, it's not that big of an impact. A couple thousand cars?
Of course, there was some challenges with respect to drainage, water, right? So that parking lot can only go as far as that parking lot went. This situation is completely different.
Okay, so what we're proposing is a bigger parking lot here than was there.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, because we were only 2 deep over in that other property, right? You should be able to push a little bit further into this property without the drainage problems we had and the water and sloughs we had at the Andringa site. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's primarily. I'm looking at this as a suck it and see, because we're going to have to try it to see what the utilization is of it.
Okay, but it goes back to the asset, and we've got a significant asset that we paid a lot of money for, currently not using at all. So this would give us at least that.
And
totally
it's not a lot of money to put some temporary good use to it for some outdoor recreational pursuits, 4 seasons.
Right.
And honestly, everybody knows, sitting around this table knows that eventually we're going to develop that property into something.
Yes.
So, but let's get some use out of it now.
Yeah.
CEO.
Don't want to be the rain on the parade. I'm not entirely certain what the scope, what you're looking for. What I'm hearing off the top is just plop a parking lot in there and a fence. And, from my experience, it's not that easy. And Councillor Hendricks, you know that as well. We have no idea what the soil looks like there, how much organics are. It's a farmer's field, so I'm going to assume that there's quite a bit of topsoil. That'll need to be rolled up and properly compacted and with a suitable amount of gravel. So I'm not sure what scope you're thinking about. Are you thinking this is a $30,000 exercise or a $300,000 exercise? And until I understand that, I'm really getting nervous.
Well, let's go back to the Big Valley Jamboree standard, which is they cut the grass and you park. And
That's exactly what I'm trying to.
yeah, so yeah, well, no, but and that's where we got to be careful we don't get this thing too unwound into a level of design that really it's a need to get some fundamental entry level type fencing, access point. We'll see what the site allows for in terms of drivability. I mean, you can put a gate on it, and if the weather doesn't allow you to be in there, close it because of weather related issues. You close the gate. Maybe that's one of the solutions that comes with having a dog park. But it's a good start. It's a good
because I'm not expecting. Like I would hate to have our people pull out the design standard and whack it out and go, we need basins. Like, so I had in the back of my head a $50,000 to $100,000 scope of project on this one.
And if I go back to St. Vital Church, we've got the overflow parking on grass in the yard around the cemetery. We've never put asphalt down. We never put gravel down, and we've never done anything to the dirt. So that's how I see it. I don't see it to be a significant gravel, drainage, stormwater management, paving, none of that stuff.
I'm not seeing that.
No,
I'm seeing a very, very, is almost like the temporary gravel parking lot we did outside outside the BSRC while we waited, like that sort of level of throw 6 inches of gravel down and see what happens.
Right.
I'm glad we're having this conversation because I'm not getting that. I'm not entirely certain that all 7 of you are with that same expectation. So I can see the calls coming now that why didn't we put lighting in there, or there's no washing facilities, or Johnny fell and got hurt and there was no way to contact emergency services. It goes on and on. You know, somebody, heaven forbid, got hurt or got assaulted in the middle of a dark field. You know, all of those things are considerations when we look at a public facility.
Right, which takes you then to Four Seasons Estates and all the other parks we have where, you know, you don't have ready access to a 911 service. Typically, you carry cell phones. You run technically different today than you did back when I was growing up. But but I'm just saying, let's not overcomplicate this thing and let's not overstate it. It's a farmer's field. Let's throw some fencing up. Let's let the dogs run.
Yeah. And to be fair, we can throw a porta potty out there.
Throw a porta potty out there. It's
right. Like low key. And honestly, if we communicate the expectations that this is a low key area and we can take the temporary fencing of the current dog parks, put them out there. Like,
yeah, because the Andringa package was well received. Trust me, it was well received, despite the site. Yeah.
But yeah, this is like I'm thinking a low key, not don't put a whole lot of effort into it. Put enough, but Councillor Barnard's comments?
Well, Mr. Schwartz asked almost every question I had, and I share his concern. Not that I don't want to use it and make good use of it. It's there, and we should. But having been in the municipal world, I know that once you build something, you are liable for it, and you're going to be inviting the public to use it. So I heard as well all 4-season recreation activities, cross-country skiing. I heard all kinds of things in addition to a temporary leash dog park. So I really need some clarity before I can vote in favor of this. If it's the temporary off-leash dog park, that's one thing. As soon as you start adding porta potties, etc., then we raise our responsibility there. And I do think the expectations get higher and higher. So before I can support it, I need to know what exactly it is. And to Mr. Schwartz's point, I think I've heard just about everything.
Councillor Dunlop?
Yes, thank you. If you could just give me an idea, I'm pretty sure I understand exactly where the location is, but I know 505 to the north is the northern boundary of the 80 acres. Is it right up to 243 on the east, or is our boundary of our 80 acres inside? Like, yeah, it's inside. It's my understanding, right?
You see the yellow part there? Next to the green part?
Yeah.
That yellow part's our 80 acres.
Yeah. So a long, skinny rectangle, basically, right?
Well,
more or less.
Skinny is relative.
Not
I wouldn't exactly
yeah.
call it skinny.
It's a rectangle versus a square.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. So, yeah. Okay, thank you. That gives me just. Thank you. It's good for now.
Councillor Montgomery.
Just to be clear on expectations, fence, gravel, maybe a porta potty. I'm not expecting light package. I won't be coming back saying, what are we, how come we're not? There's signs we can put up regarding liability, all that sort of stuff. So there are definitely ways around it. I just think if we start with the dog park and then we see where that goes, see how the seating takes, all that sort of stuff. So I think this is pretty straightforward.
And because the grass needs to grow, it might not get used this summer, but could be available for the winter. CEO?
Yeah, we'd have to give adequate notice to the person who's leasing the land anyway, so it may not happen. A suggestion that was fired at me, which is a good one, is perhaps give us a little bit of time to analyze it and come back with some potential uses and what shape the land's in. You could put a placeholder up on a shelf, in the budget, but we think we have the resources that we could have a better look at the elevation, the location, what a parking lot can look like, and have an idea and suggested of some uses.
So
just a thought.
Put a $100,000 placeholder? I don't think it'll cost that much, but. Split it with 875. I feel like I'm actually here. Councilor Van Newkirk, comments?
Yeah, once we settle on what we're doing here, really One of the key pieces that we're going to need strong administration support on is the communication of what the intent is here and what this is and what this isn't. Right? This isn't bookable for your family reunion, but it is go run with your dog, right? This isn't, add this to the parade route. This is, there's a little bit of dust, there's some gravel, there's some grass, and, we're trying to incrementally use the asset we have to increase the enjoyment of Beaumont. So I think the communications piece is going to be as important as whether we land at 50, 75, or 100. And personally, I'd rather not. I think we're there. So thank you.
Councillor Stout.
Thank you. Wasn't there some discussion of an alternative with the Leduc County for an alternative location for off-leash dog park?
Yeah.
Has that gone anywhere? If it hasn't gone anywhere,
I can give you a quick
coming
update.
forward?
But
Yeah, Mr. Suter was here. He gave us a quick update, but that's actually progressing quite well, and I think they're very, very close. I don't know where the location is. I can't recall where it is.
there's a couple, and there's a grant application that I just signed off on, and or Mr. Suter, there's some. That one's in process, but that's for more of a permanent location. The dog park we're thinking of here it's just another location for the temporary one that might be better than the current that we have.
Yeah.
And the dog park people won't be happy because they really want a permanent location, and this is another temporary location, but it's still an improvement on what's there. So,
and given that we've got that possibly is coming forward quite quickly, and given that proponents of a dog park who might not be enamored with this one, do we really want to extend that use of this site, or would we, because it does change the site quite a bit and people's expectations of it?
not really.
Yeah, you want to do it as a dog park.
Not as the only use, but I'll move the temporary fencing out there. And
Okay. All right.
Councillor Marcos Spain?
Yeah.
All right, so all in favor of a $75,000 placeholder and for Min to come back with some options and some uses and things. All in favor? Carries. One more item. Yeah. One last item, library expansion. Sorry? Oh, two more items, sorry. What basketball court? No, that's that's just moving over to the south. Sorry, I apologize. Two more items. Library. Councillor Stout, you wanted to throw a proposal on the table.
Yes, I want to put a proposal on the table, and I'm going to
Actually, slow you down. Take 5 because I got to go too. So.
Okay.
Yeah, 5. Take 5. Coming right back.
for hopefully what is the last session in the day. 2 items. Quick question before we move to Councillor Stout in the library discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Just a quick clarification. My earlier comments about questioning about getting public involvement. I'm not against that. Our council is very open about getting public involvement in various issues. But my question was directed more saying, when do we have to go? When do we not have to go? I think, generally speaking, it's on our best interest to go to public for a consultation on various projects. But just to clarify my comments before that, this council has been very good about open and transparent, and I want to endorse that position. Thank you.
Oh, fair enough. Councillor Stout, you're up.
Thank you, Worship. Expanded library program space is what I'm going to talk about. If we go back to Tuesday, was it just Tuesday? It seems a long time ago now. We approved the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, our places in play, or is it the other way around? Our places in play, yes. Part of the planning in that, I'm just looking at Appendix 1. Includes an expanded library program space. It's slated for 2021 at a price tag of $1.2 million. That's the expansion of that. So the program space, the inadequate and oversubscribed programming space in the library is the main constraint of the building as it stands today. So that would provide a big increase in utility for that building. And we've tacitly agreed to do it anyway by approving this plan. Well, we can, of course, change our minds or decide to defer it. However, if we are going to go ahead with that, what I'm proposing to you is that if we're potentially spending $1.2 million on it next budget, then what I'd like to do, and I'll need some administration help here, is to propose that we do some study plan design work preparatory to that spend. I'm not sure what the amount would be, which is where I'd be looking for help. You did mention, maybe 10% of the price, which would bring us out at $120,000, but I'm not sure if that's appropriate or not.
For a feasibility study on an expansion to the library?
Well, it's not really a feasibility study. We've done that. It's a design. To me, it's like we were just having the discussion about the soccer field, about the turf soccer field, and we had a discussion about how we would expedite that by moving through to the design phase as quickly as possible once the geotechnical survey is done. So it's kind of the same argument. If you're going to move ahead as rapidly as possible on the turf field, then there was discussion as to how much design we needed to do, or to placeholder in the budget for that to be ready to do it.
No, fair enough. But yeah, we did term that as a bit of a feasibility study. It's all in the scope of the feasibility.
It's all in the scope of it. It's not necessarily are you doing a needs assessment followed by where can it go? It's what's the feasibility of putting space here, right?
Very well. Okay, we call it a feasibility study then.
Okay, so further comments from members of council?
It's a feasibility study and conceptual design. Perhaps.
Councillor Hendricks?
Yes, Your Worship, for me, if I could just beg the indulgence of receiving the space planning document that's currently underway. I'm hoping that that's going to fix the issue with respect to the library. And we're supposed to be getting it imminently. So I'd like to see that. And then we can, if there's no answer in that document, then sure, let's keep moving forward in this other direction. But
Fair enough. I'm sort of half the mind. We've approved a lot, and perhaps it is in the master plan to be proposed to be 2021. I'm content to leave it there and work with all the stuff that we managed to approve, because I really am getting kind of worried that we really are just starting to rock it right through, and sooner at some point we got to put some brakes on it and make sure what we've already approved is feasible. And adding another feasibility study on top of an arts facility, on top of all the rec facility, and
at some point, we got to defer something to 2021 or beyond.
Councillor Marhart?
I'm torn, Your Worship, because this was on the books a number of years ago, and it does appear in the plan. And I think it's showing us construction in 2021 or designing in 2021.
Oh, it's a lot of design money.
That's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of money in there for 2021. I just think we need to keep. I just hate the fact that it's just gone nowhere now. And we did put money into it already, and we have other things. I know we don't know where we want to put it or how, but I hate to not put anything, again, a placeholder, something, so that it can be joined in with other projects if we have them. I mean, I don't think we're doing it any service to the library by not dealing with the issue. And I agree with you, we need to deal with it, but I don't think we're going to be dealing with it if all we have is build money in 2021, but we haven't done anything to choose a site or move it further.
Well, just remember the master plan is proposal. There's been no money in any budgets anywhere associated with that plan.
No, but we approved it recently. No one said take it out of there, so it's still on the list of things we want to see done. How we're doing it is the question.
Yeah.
So your solution might be coming to you very soon. And I'm hoping it is in that spatial planning document.
But don't we need something, just like we have placeholders for other projects? If we do nothing in the capital budget, and then that comes along, then we have no place for it. That's I think, is our concern.
And what kind of money are we talking about by way of a placeholder?
Well, that was actually partly my question. I was hoping administration could help me there. I guess
What would be needed to be done so that we would be ready to move ahead should something pop up?
that's the essence of it.
Yeah.
CEO?
Looking at the 5-year capital, there's $20 million that's sitting allocated for the library, but it's not allocated into any year. So there's a number of items that are not in the year. So it tells me it's sitting in year X, but it's not lost. It's still sitting in there at 20 million, and that's from the last feasibility study, from what I understand, on expanding the existing building. Came in with $18 million.
Other than the fact that it's in the budget, unfunded, that if we found a place for it, we could proceed? Or is there a piece of work that needs to be done that would make sense to do it now rather than wait? Does that make any sense, what I just said?
Yeah, it does. And from my perspective, it goes back to the conversation that a couple of you just had, is how much can we do and how much can we pay for? So when those decisions are made, and then we fire it over to our fancy finance people to try and figure it out, and sooner or later you just can't, because you just don't have the money. So I don't know how to answer your question. When I glance over at the capital plan, it's actually got a year of 2050 setting it aside for the library expansion at $20 million. So it just tells me, again, it's just sitting up there on a shelf. But maybe you can sort that out before I bury myself.
Maybe just to add a little bit more context from the financial side. As mentioned, there's a lot of changes that have been brought forward through the last couple of days around the capital program. We will go away, work through those changes. When we come back on February 18th, we will at that point in time have new numbers on what kind of funding is available either through MSI grants. There will be funding available. How much is really the question. So to your question on if something came up around the library, would we have the funding to go ahead or proceed with it? Short answer again would be yes. It would be a conversation for council to have at that time to either potentially use some of the unallocated funding that could be available, or look at what's in your existing capital program at that time and reprioritize some things. So there's always that option as well. If something happens on the library front that we really want to move ahead and it really makes sense to do it, there's always the option to look at rejigging, so to speak, the capital program to make that work and move forward with it.
So I think
I think there's going to be some opportunities as we move forward, even on February 18th. When we come back and we have a better idea as to where we're currently at, given the direction we've received with unallocated funding. And if at that time you look at the unallocated funding and think, you know what, I really think with $4 million of MSI as an example available, we should be doing this feasibility study, conceptual design, detailed design, whatever it would be referred to, we can make the amendment at that point in time in the capital budget. Going further, if there's still not anything in the budget at that point in time for the library, and come May, June of 2020, something moves on the library and we really have to move forward, there's an ability to have a conversation with council about how we actually can do that.
Okay.
I think that's
Fair enough. So, are we happy with that answer? Let it come back later. Okay. And last but not least, upgrades to the park we had the park in Colonial that we put some apparatus in last summer. Councillor Montgomery.
Yeah, thanks. And maybe just some context before we get into this. Right off the top, Mr. Dowell, I said we have $5.9 million in room for grants. And it sounds like we've been doing a lot over the last little while. 2 outdoor rinks, the ball diamonds, a bit of money for the dog park, the feasibility study, 510 detailed design. Add that up, it's about 1.4. We may even get some of that money back from Baja, depending on how that conversation goes. We did move the neighborhood renewable program out of there. So if you include that, we still at about $4.5 million in room. Or if you want to put that back into MSI and fund it, then we're still at $3.8 million with everything that we've done. So just want to provide that context to set the stage for my next comment. So the park at Colonial, and we have it up on the screen there. Last year we had a presentation of some residents talking about the need for a park there and how far away, not within walking distance and all that sort of stuff, and council unanimously supported it. At the time, we asked what it would take to build a park, and the information that came back to us was $35,000, which we approved, and it has been built and it is used considerably out there. However, there is more space to utilize, and the number one concern from residents is that the equipment that was built is a lot for basically kids 3 and under, and there are a lot of older kids that go there and that kind of climbing up and around on the younger kids things. So I think I'd like to suggest we put an additional $30,000 in here to give administration an opportunity to put in some more things. I won't tell them what to do, but there is a significant need for that community. They're very, very appreciative that we did this, and then when it came out, it was, I don't want to say a lead balloon. They were happy that something was there, but it was like, so for $30,000, I think if they came back, if they were there last year, and they said $75,000 to do an awesome park in here, I think we would have all supported it. So an additional 30, now that we know that it's such a success and it's so busy, I think would be prudent for this particular community. So I'd like to move a motion that we add an additional $30,000 in the capital budget there to provide additional apparatuses is the word you use, so I'll use that one for that park. So I'll leave it there.
Couldn't think of a better descriptor. Fair enough. So we're looking for some comments on the motion. I think, if I remember this discussion correctly, though, we were sort of limited as to some of our own design standards as to space and how we could do it. So I thought we sort of maxed it out. So you have to look into admin. Councillor Van comment?
Yeah, I would support that motion wholeheartedly. Thanks.
Councillor Daniluk?
Equally support the motion. I know we put some money into that park already, and I know we spend money prudently on that particular park, but I'm kind of looking at it now thinking, not a lot there for the money we spent on. I was expecting a little more apparatus, so I'm prepared to spend a little more money and try and make that park a little more expandable and more usable. Thank you.
There's trees, we don't want to uproot the trees and stuff, but well,
Is there truly within our design standards?
Sorry, if you could clarify that question.
Well, I know at one point we were talking about size and scope of this park and dimensions of it, because it was a little bit smaller, and we didn't want to do a whole bunch of movement and earthworks and things. The question is I thought we pretty much what's there was what we could fit in the space that we had available to us. So I guess my question is there within our rules, regulations, design standards, is there truly the space to do it, or would we be breaking our own rules again?
Your worship, I do not believe that there are any rules that we would be breaking or any policies. So yes, it could be done.
See how?
If I recall, part of the discussion was
Inadvertently hit the button. Sorry, that was an accident. Hit the button.
So this change sheet here would not include if there was any impact of the pay-as-you-go items for the smaller capital ones. We talked about sort of figuring out what the funding will be going forward. This is where we're at.
So my understanding from our discussion, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we did take 15,000 from council and 15,000 from council's travel budget to go directly towards a reduction in the proposed tax increase. I'm not sure about the 10.5 and the 50 where that ended up right now, but if you just take those two items only at this point, on page 6, of course, of our package, it suggests an increase of 343,400 in new revenue requirements and an increase of 1.72. The tax rate, we take 30,000 off that, it drops down to 313,000, roughly 8% reduction in that dollar number. So I don't expect an exact correlation to the drop down, but that puts me around 1.57, 1.58% tax increase.
Well, according to we're at 1.6-ish.
1.6. Okay, that's where we ended up.
Barring them going back and massaging
Right.
with all the information they received.
So that's our potential end up point based on
Potentially, yeah.
potential we're at right now. Okay. I guess the council question is council okay with that number in terms of increases? It's a loaded question, I know.
Well, it's a good question, though.
It's a good question. I mean, I was hoping to see us get down to about a 0 increase, but then one suggestion was going to be putting money towards reserves. But
we're asking for a lot of service in it.
Yeah.
Enhancements in the recreational area. I'm comfortable with this. It's below inflation.
yeah, I'm just asking the question because one thing council has done a very good job of in the previous 2 administration budgets we've had, we were below the average of our municipalities. So we did a very good job in the previous two budgets. This year coming in roughly a little bit below the average municipalities in the area. So a 1.6 is the number, I can probably live with that.
And to be honest, and we're adding a huge new building.
Yeah, I agree. Just want to answer that question while we're still together.
So
What's essential, but is
well, those operational impacts will hit in 2021, and they're going to come back with some of that. So
yeah.
Councillor Hendricks.
I was going to, you'd asked if there's just some small items for conversation. I was going to just give those now, my list, quickly, some quick hitters that will not impact us, but are budget related.
Okay.
So that's right.
Let's finish dealing with Councillor Danlock's question.
Yeah, well, that's a whole can of worms, and you want to get the rodeo started? Let's go. Well, that's a.
Councillor Danlock's not wrong. We're going to have to answer that question before we leave here today. Is if we're comfortable with where it currently sits.
Yeah, but
as an initial before.
Sorry,
it comes
but
back.
I thought also that we've got a February 18th discussion coming at us. So,
Yeah.
And so this is just. This is like I'm saying. This is still preliminary.
Right.
And
That could probably question my mind.
okay, Councillor Morgaz, or Councillor Hendricks, sorry.
So just some minor items that I just want to make sure I got at least out today. Just some things that I've been collecting as we've gone through this last calendar year on council. Quick hitters. One was the Dremel discussion about adding a Dremel on 56A Street. If that's anywhere in the works or if that's going to be considered. I did send out a 30-kilometer zone painted signage piece, which the town of Sydney, BC, is now using so that there's some clarity as to where the 30-kilometer zone starts and ends in a school zone. And I've circulated some pictures on that. The crosswalks, the service level for painting, at one point we used to do them twice a year, spring and fall. We know by the time fall hits that by the time the winter hits, our crosswalks are fading and we don't have anything marking some of these guys. So I wouldn't mind bringing that second painting back. I think it was very effective when we had it. I have a question on the snow dump status. Are we using the snow dump in our facilities? Yes, we are. Good, thank you. We talked about the land purchases that we're making on cash in lieu on the MR piece, and that we don't seem to be prorating those dollars against what we then have to purchase over time. So I'm assuming that that's will be part of this study that's coming up for the reserve study. So thank you. We've got the quarterly report that's not going to be added as a normal piece to council, right, in terms of our budgeting conversation. So look forward to that. We also talked about a subsidy report that would give us the subsidy levels for each one of the programs. And then the reserve study, which, thank you, will be coming back to us. Regarding the emergency management training program, one of the asks they had was that we have any expense policy for emergencies that council can just, when an emergency does kick in, that there is a policy in place as to how the monies would be expended. And then we need an emergency management bylaw that goes with that. So I've got those.
Thought we passed the emergency management bylaw.
I'm just asking, as far as the emergency management bylaw goes, and the expense policy for emergencies goes, how that all ties together.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. The LeBlanc Canal drainage study has gone quiet over this last 2 years, and I'm just wondering if there's going to be any movement forward. At one point, it was the topic, and we had significant drainage issues between ourselves and Leduc County and State of Edmonton regarding LeBlanc, Grapevine, black mud, white mud, and then ultimately the North Saskatchewan River. A lot of work got into it, and it just went quiet. So I just want to make sure that that's still somewhere for conversation. We talked to our new communications guy, Mike, about providing a little bit more snow info to the residents, explaining what it is and how we do it and why we do it and weekends and all those sort of things, just to get the word out that there's coverage 24/7 in Beaumont. Then we had a couple minor ones. I'd raised the idea of adding a modesty panel for this council desk. We could add 1 or 2 panels in here to cover up the electronics. That's the traffic light study on 50th Street. Just wasn't sure if that's now completed. The left turn that we've had a resident or two ask about whether or not if that's done, then we can answer those questions. Back to those people asking. The affordable housing strategy status, if that can come back to us at some point. That's Water Spray Park seems to be a conversation in other surrounding municipalities regarding reusing the water that comes out of the Water Spray Park package on the sanitary side and using it for parks, for the grass and what have you. It was raised with Mr. Hiltz, but of course his departure, so hence the question again. He said you can't reuse it, you can't put it into a tank, you can't spray it back into the park, but you could use it for the landscape portion in the Four Seasons area, right? That you could use that water instead of just having the water go where the water currently goes. So there was that. We talked about the stage at the CCBCC. We talked about providing a document called non-reoccurring costs in our budget. So we just have a one-pager that would say, hey, this is the non-reoccurring costs. And you don't have to try to figure out whether or not these costs are over time. And you've heard that discussion today. Are they annualized or is it a one-timer? It'd be nice just to have that report. We don't know today yet what our surplus was. I think we're still got to work on what that number is. So we look forward to seeing what that surplus package comes back to us with. Let's see. And just if we could formalize a schedule for this coming year for the budget to allow council at least a date as to when we would normally have input as counselors. Say, that we have a drop dead date of September the 1st, whatever, that if you have any asks or wants, you got to submit to whatever department by whatever time and date, and then it's settled. And then we go to September, and then we roll into October with our normal package. And, part of what's happening today, of course, is we're already in January, February, talking about projects that still need to get shovel ready and all the rest. So there's a time lag here that we got to tighten up on. So, and I understand why we did it this time. Look forward to the other schedule, which September, October takes us to. Basically, by Grey Cup, we normally got this out. So I look forward to that. Yeah, and that's my miscellaneous list. Also, yes, I'd like to have council's Christmas card in the Ladavelle prior to Christmas. It would be nice to have. I know we spent a lot of time getting in front of a photographer. The Beaumont News did not have us in there for whatever reason just prior to Christmas. That was unfortunate. Councillor Stout, and I'm going to use the word emeralds, I'm using the wrong terminology, from Coat of Arms, and the status of that discussion. So I know we haven't heard back yet. Maybe perhaps there's a quick update on when we might receive that information.
CEO? Yeah, that process is rolling along. We've been in contact with the feds. Recent article in the town of Edson, it took them 2.5 years. A lot of this stuff is beyond our control, but Rob and his team are advancing it as we speak.
Okay. Yours, that's my list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I made some notes. We'll follow some of these up. Councillor McGuswing.
Thank you. I know we skipped by Councillor Dallett's question, but I feel I got to say something here. I think the administration done an incredible job to get us to 1.7, 1.6. We absorbed that new giant facility in the community. We were talking at 10%. So I think a 1.6. Personally, I couldn't care less what any other municipality is doing in the region. We have completely different needs and wants and asks. And I think to get us at 1.6 is amazing. So thank you for all the work that you did to get us here. Still got a way to go. And we're still looking at some of these projects and all that sort of stuff, but I'm really happy with this. The one thing, so pause and thank you for that. The stage, I had it on my list. You briefly touched on it and said we talked about it. I don't think we did. And so this is the stage within the CCBCC. I'm assuming that we're not going to get into that discussion because we've done the feasibility study and the potential options that are coming with that. I'm okay with that and not funding that as part of the CCBCC, but I think we should have that discussion. So if someone asks, we can say, yeah, we talked about it, and no, because of X, or yes. So do we want to have that? Do you want to have that brief discussion?
I got to be honest. I thought other things that are coming forward sort of superseded that discussion.
I mean, that's totally fair. I just want to say we talked about it. If someone wants to jump up and say, hey, we really want to talk about it, and I advocate for it to go in, doesn't sound like there is. Good, I can move on. The last piece for administration, a communications plan around the budget. Last year, we put out a really good summary synopsis after the budget workshop. I realize that we're coming back in committee of the whole in February, but a communication piece that would be really good to go into the paper for this coming Friday, just to summarize what we talked about, some of the highlights. I think residents really found that beneficial last year, and so I'd like to see something of that nature coming up. A one-pager, this is kind of the highlights, and these are the next steps. We've got open houses, and we've got workshop, and committee of the whole, that sort of stuff. So just a comment around if that's possible for a communication piece coming up next week.
Through council, or through the mayor to Councillor McGuswing, there is information in Ladavelle this week, and there will be further information coming forward in the budget process.
So let me refine my question. So information is pretty vague.
Right.
Last year we had a bullet point. These are the amazing things that we're doing. Bang, 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 bang. 1.6, that sort of stuff, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
not a council had a good budget discussion, and we're looking forward to talking to you more.
No,
But,
more itemized detail.
tell people the good stuff that we've got in here. This is a chance to promote this really great budget that I'm really, really excited for. I know it's not passed, and we're going to put all those caveats in a nice wrap around it, but let's start getting some of that momentum going so
Yes.
that when we lead into the information session time and committee of the whole and then finally talking about it, we're not just lumping it in on right at the end.
Most definitely.
Thank you.
Good. Councillor Danlock.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to touch on Councilor Swain's comment about the stages CCBC. I just served on the committee, as you know, as a council representative, and there was some thought around the table there. I suggested maybe we may look at doing the stage to try and enhance the rentability of the facility and try and get it more on a cost-even viewpoint, but a feasibility study about the RSMA corporate part of that. So what I might just do is reserve that topic to once the feasibility study is done. Hopefully in the early part of 2020, we'll see how that works out and maybe revisit that issue down the road in 2020. Thank you.
Fair enough. All right, so once again, like I said, it's been a long 3 days, and I thank everybody for the work and time and effort that's been put in from council to admin. I think we get some highlights, and I think we've made some really great strides towards making some really significant improvements in our community. So the next steps, so we're coming back forth. Just want to run quickly through what the schedule is, what we're facing here.
Sure. So the next step in the schedule is really January 29th. We're at the community center for the first public engagement piece with the budget. The following week, we're again at Ken Nickel, February 5th, for, again, public engagement piece. It's followed by February 18th, Committee of the Whole, and then hopefully February 25th with council and approval of the budget.
Fair enough. Any last minute things from admin that we're missing that you think we should talk about before we break for today? No? Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are Budget Workshop 2020 is adjourned. That's a wrap.